guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, we are live, everyone. I'm sorry for the YouTube title, I'm fixing it. We've got many different subjects tonight. We have Myanmar, we have the night curfew in the Netherlands, we'll talk about Assange, of course. We have thought crimes in, what was it, in Florida, right?
Yeah, Tallahassee.
Yeah, so we got a lot to talk about. Please help share it around. That's what we depend on. Defeat the shadow ends together. Sharing is caring. And if you have any questions, jump in the YouTube chat. I will read that, and we will just mention it on air for you. And okay. I don't know. What do you guys want to start with?
Oh, I mean, the most important subject there to start with would be Myanmar, because of everything that's going on over there and all the people that are dying in the coup. So, I mean, you can start that off and discuss it. You know more about that than I do. I've been so busy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are huge things happening in Myanmar again. It's been going on for so long already, right? I mean, there's been like a genocide since forever and ever. But now the protesters are literally facing the military. It's like there's a huge resistance going on. And the military pretty much did a coup of the country. They took control over the country. Yeah, but people in the streets fighting for their rights, and it's been all over the place, all over social media. You just search for Myanmar coup and you will find everything about it. It's like this is a country where the people are like constantly under threat by their own government, and they're being murdered in the streets, and these people really need some exposure. So if you're listening to this, you have to go to Myanmar coup or search for Myanmar and help amplify them. There's plenty of Anons already working on it. There's like operations going on against Myanmar. Government sites are being hacked like 24/7 by Anons. But the normal people need a voice. That's pretty much it. Have you not read about it at all, AK? Or?
No, I've been so busy, man, like all over the place. Just working all this week and also personal stuff. So I have not read about it at all, and this whole entire time that it's been going on, I mean, I know it's going on, but I don't know, like, the politics behind it and what's actually transpired over the years to kind of spark what's going on. So, no, I know no information.
Okay, so basically it's this. There is this military coup, and it was done on February 1, right? And now there is like there are thousands of people on the streets who don't agree with it, but they say that the government has to release this guy called Aung San Suu Kyi to be released. and that power is returned to the civilians. Pretty much it.
Question. In regards to what you just said, February 1st, you're saying it just happened this month? Because I know that there's been deaths happening in Myanmar for over a year now, right?
Far longer, since forever. I mean, they're targeting, what was it? These Rohingya Muslims, right? I mean, there's a genocide, like pretty much like entire. What was it? Last time we discussed, and I think it was like 150 out of like 200 something villages completely destroyed, and everyone like murdered and raped and all these things. So it's forever. So we're reading like over 700,000 Rohingya people already fled away from Myanmar just into the country Bangladesh in 2016, 2017.
Yeah, like I said, I thought it's been going on longer because I've heard about it. I just, I'm not well versed in international politics and like the Middle East. I've gotten a lot more wise to over the years with help of some sources and stuff talking about like the history of Syria and the history of Iran and Libya and stuff like that. And how the CIA has come in and tried to destabilize Syria for like the past freaking couple decades. I mean, shit, like it's been a while now. Like they've done it for at least like 60, 70 years. So yeah, like, I'm not really well versed in international politics, and at this point, I'm too busy to really look into it and give it a deep dive and actually understand it. Where I'm not giving out misinformation on the subject because I don't like to talk about things that I don't know.
That's fair. Yeah, those, like I'm kind of forced to do that because the amount of DMs I get about this is incredible, and they keep sending me stuff, and they ask to like amplify it. And
Information on it. Yeah, why not? I haven't been getting any information. I mean, I think my Twitter account is like totally shadow banned. It's like it doesn't make sense. Why would they even give back my Twitter account if they're just gonna fully shadow ban it? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. But yeah, like I said, I don't fully know the situation of Myanmar. So I'm not really comfortable talking about it. I like to stay away from topics that I don't know information on and speak about things that I do. I don't like to do a disservice to the listener. So
okay, that's fair.
So on another topic here that we have, Bill Gates.
Yeah, I'll jump into the Myanmar thing like later in the episode, then again to give some updates. You guys, go into the thing.
I mean, if you have more information, go for it. I didn't realize. I thought you were done.
No, but I mean, I'm reading now. There's like a lot of updates coming in, so I just think like I have to give some more updates later in the show.
Okay. So Bill Gates just said all rich countries should move to 100% synthetic beef. Now, the interesting thing here is that they're using the climate change narrative here and saying that they want to do this to significantly curb the greenhouse gas emissions. What's funny about this is that Bill Gates actually is involved with a company that he funded called Impossible Foods. And he invested in this company called Impossible Foods, and it's basically a conflict of interest for him to push synthetic beef and be invested in a company that is involved with producing synthetic beef. And this company, Impossible Foods, has started to have a lot of quote-unquote, and I use this loosely, food in fast food places such as Burger King. They have the Impossible Burger. where it's basically veggie. It's a veggie. It's made with veggies, but it tastes like meat. And there's other places as well, including Starbucks, where they have the Impossible Breakfast Sandwich, and I believe that they're also involved with Dunkin' Donuts. So they're pushing this agenda of synthetic beef and using climate change as an excuse.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, the synthetic stuff. You know what they've been doing, right? They've been like destroying the Amazon to even plant like these soy plantations. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
They destroy the environment and then they ration it back to you, literally.
Yeah.
The same people trying to make plans to, quote unquote, restore the environment and fix climate change are the same people which destroyed the world. Like, you look at the people on these boards of like Davos and the World Economic Forum, and they're all the head, like the CEO of Tiffany, which has diamond mines in the Congo.
Oh yeah, that's just routine. But I mean, this is the next agenda, is the synthetic beef pushing agenda. Even the Rockefeller Foundation has put out a article called "Reset the Table: Meeting the Moment to Transform the U.S. Food System," and it's insane. Like, they are using so many different agendas here. I mean, first it's climate change, and then now they're using hunger and nutrition crisis, what they call hunger and nutrition crisis, and saying that the U.S. is having a hunger and nutrition crisis unlike the world has ever seen in generations. And they even somehow mention within the article that 14 million children are missing on a regular basis. And I don't, yeah.
That's in part because of those fucks. They're the ones profiting off of the sex trade and the slave trade. And we expect people to trust them to be the gatekeepers of statements like that?
Well, they're missing meals, not missing. Yeah, okay, I should have clarified that. But anyway, they're saying that 14 million children are missing meals on a regular basis, and they're saying that that's worse than before the pandemic. So they're also using the pandemic, which I get that. People are suffering because of the pandemic, but the reason why people are suffering is not the pandemic; it's the effects of what you did with the pandemic. Where did Steve go?
He's jumping in.
His mic is being a bit jumpy, so.
That's
I didn't even hear him.
Yeah, I think that's why he's trying to fix it.
Oh, alright.
Yeah,
Well, anyway.
hey, okay, so real quick, what the glory means, like, these people who claim to have the solutions those are the same people who actually caused it, right? Like, we're talking about this whole green revolution too, and that is these big bankers and these oil companies who pretty much like pillage the world. And then, because they failed in 2008 with the whole financial crisis, they were bailed out with tax money. People no longer want to do that. And now they're in a huge new derivatives crisis, and they need new money. So what do? They change their logos to green, and we all have to pay taxes towards them and put money into that.
Exactly. Like, if you really want to help fix the world, then take a fucking back seat. Don't position yourself to be the gatekeeper of it, because then it looks entirely disingenuous.
They care about making money, and that's it. And I will highlight this by saying that they are pushing for a meat tax. Yes, a meat tax.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
They want to tax the meat now. You know, it's not enough for them to tax carbon emissions, as they're doing in Europe, various different countries. You know, like, people talked about for years that they were going to start taxing carbon emissions, and nobody fucking believed it. Everyone called it a conspiracy theory, and then it came out. No longer a conspiracy theory. That's what they're doing. You know, like, and it doesn't make sense too, because these people, these rich elitists, are the ones flying on these private jets, which use more carbon emissions than anything that any common person, even a car, uses. You know, like, I remember they had a climate conference on some island or something, and they all flew on private jets, and it was like they used some odd carbon emissions in a year in one day. Like, you know, it's just ridiculous.
Well, you know why they do that, though, right? Because there's only so many of them, and literally dragging their sweaty nutsack across our faces individually would take far too much time. So they make sure the cameras are on when they take private jets to an island to discuss climate change.
Yeah.
This is did you guys I'm sorry, I had to jump, my mic was weird. Did you guys talk about the large tracts of farmland that Bill Gates recently purchased too?
Oh no, we can get into that too. Yeah, that's a good point. And that just highlights even more how dedicated he is to this agenda of pushing synthetic beef.
Absolutely. Because look, if you're one of the cornerstones of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Great Reset is getting us away from meat. You know, where our protein literally would come from bugs and from you know, the occasional little bit of meat, and I mean, this is how they've got everybody more or less still locked down. They can't even keep people alive in Texas right now, right? Like, while Texans' food is going bad, the Texas power grid is not built for anything like a freak snowstorm. So there are people literally dying in Texas. If you were to tell people right now, even in Texas, hey, if you ever want to be able to be warm in a freak winter snowstorm, really gonna have to try this impossible meat. Really gonna have to try, and this is how we're gonna do it. This is how we're gonna be able to generate enough for the power grid, and they would buy that. They would.
We want you to feel inclusive in this process.
You have a stake in this. You're our stakeholder in this capitalism.
Yeah, you're one of the stakeholders. As capitalism crumbles, it's important that we have society as one of the main stakeholders.
I mean, capitalism is crumbling because of them. And because of these big corporations like Walmart, like, by the way, Walmart is now getting involved in e-commerce. I don't know if anybody realized that, but they are. They're now getting involved in e-commerce, and they're going to be taking on Amazon. And as Amazon and Walmart are now going to be competitors in e-commerce, it's going to push a lot of mom and pop shops out of business. Not only that, but there's this little thing that everybody tends to forget. The Democrats are pushing this $15 minimum wage bill, right? A lot of these stores, these small mom and pop shops, cannot afford $15 minimum wage per worker. So that's also going to push mom and pop shops out of the door. Which is going to, like everybody thinks, oh, $15 minimum wage, oh yeah, that's a good thing. No, it's not. Because if you make it so everybody's getting paid $15 minimum wage, the actual stores, they're going to have to do one of two things: hire less workers or raise their prices for things. And nobody really realizes that that's where things are going. And in addition to that, we're also, going back to the meat topic, meat is now going up in price. It's costing more to buy meat and pounds of meat. The reason being is because of the supply and demand being one factor, and the other factor is due to the devaluing dollar from printing all this stimulus money due to COVID. So COVID is being used by the big, powerful interest in government to basically push small businesses out of the door.
Yeah, well, I mean, small business has suffered, and so have workers for that matter, and so have students, and so has anyone who's not a soulless Empire P agent or corporate fucking dickhead. This pandemic has hurt everyone.
I take offense to that. I haven't suffered. I've been doing pretty good. But anyway.
It was a generalization, I'm sorry, but a large swath of people have suffered because of this pandemic. And, you know, everybody pushing lockdowns, no one wants to talk about the mental crisis that comes with that. The pandemic has been a disaster for students in terms of their mental health because they can't see people, they can't interact with people. You have 10-year-olds having to sit in front of a computer for 8 hours.
No, I just like to say that if I was 10 years old and I had to sit in front of a computer for 8 hours and I was being taught boring shit, I would just probably fall asleep and drop out. I would be a 10-year-old dropout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would never be able to retain myself in that environment. Like, I'm sorry, but in school, I used to just fall asleep in general and then just wake up and take the test. So, I mean, I would just be bored out of my fucking mind.
No, I was there with you. I was. They're going about it so counterintuitively. They're going about it in I don't know. Like you have to try to fuck up this bad.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say like there's a giant conspiracy related to this. What I'm saying is that there are vastly better ways to go about structuring education than the way that at least individual state governments have gone about it, and they're following federal mandates, guidelines at least, not mandates.
Well, you gotta just say it this way. You know, it doesn't have to be a vast conspiracy for people to plot a conspiracy,
right?
Against various different things like small businesses. I mean, using the pandemic as a way to push themselves forward and others backward. So, I mean, like, it doesn't have to be a vast conspiracy. I mean, they're using the pandemic as much as they can in various different ways. If it's from education to pushing people out of work and small businesses to the surveillance agenda, the Orwellian technology that we're seeing come out. I mean, fuck. Have you guys seen some of the shit that they've put out, like infrared temperature cameras and like?
Yeah, I've actually seen those too because I work in athletics. I manage for my school's basketball team, and I've seen like those weird little iPad things that like take your temperature from your face. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, but I was speaking more so in regards to not the like the actual cameras, like the surveillance cameras that like it takes your temperature in the video. Like that's going too far.
Yeah, it creeps me the fuck out either way.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
So I mean the idea. Look, I do believe that people can benefit incredibly in terms of medical technology. I think that there are people that could have a vastly enhanced quality of life. I think that we should draw a line between a quality of life improvement and a biomechanical upgrade for status or clout purposes, which is absolutely coming.
So
I
Elon
don't
Musk, Neuralink.
Yeah, you can miss me with plugging my brain into the cloud.
You can miss me with anything that has to do with Elon Musk.
But
Yeah,
he's-
Starlink is about the weaponization of space and making a fuck ton of money. That's what Starlink is about, but it will also have a part to play in the Neuralink too. Oh, it's gross. I guess Musk just did another 3 or so hours on Rogan, and I may have to over the course of several days try to listen to that just to see what random horrifying shit falls out of his mouth.
Okay, and you let me know what he says, Steve, because I don't want to watch it myself.
Look, we're
Right.
dealing with the collapse of fiat currency, and the war for resources becomes more and more important, and space is the next step into gathering resources. And they want to have Mars and they want to have the moon, and to see if there are valuable resources for them to use, right? Who controls the resources?
Well, yeah,
How to
because
put
they're
them?
gonna run out of resources on Earth. They're already looking to mine the fucking bottom of the ocean. And once they run out of resources and hydrothermal vents, they're gonna start looking to space.
Oh, they've already been mining the moon and asteroids for years. I mean, it's all in secret black projects, and I mean I've discussed that in detail on this show multiple times, and it's been confirmed about it too. Mark knows, as I discussed it. I mean, literally a week or a month later, it came out that they were discussing mining the moon and all of
Yeah,
that.
but that's the
I mean,
difference between DARPA and the public, right? You know that DARPA, for example, even previous employees said that they are like 30 years ahead of the rest, and whatever they do for prototypes and what they're already doing, 30 years later, we'll get to know about that stuff.
Well, I mean, the military in the 60s and in the 80s was working on various different space technology, and then they shut down the programs and said that they were no longer working on it. Do you A, think that the military shut down billions of dollars of programs, or B, that they shut them down in the public's view and continued them in secrecy, and advanced them further? I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. The military has never shut down any of their programs that have come out. I can tell you that. MK Ultra, that's still going on.
Yeah, definitely.
In multiple different ways, MK Ultra.
Yeah, but use some logic, AK. Let's say they mine an asteroid and they get like tons and tons of gold off it, right? They're not going to announce they have these tons of gold. The price would drop instantly. You have to,
Of course.
you have to put this in the market in secret, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not even that they would have to put it in the market in secret. I mean, and gold is not the primary mineable asset from asteroids. There's other materials. I believe one of the main materials is something that goes in batteries. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. It's not. It might be lithium. But yeah, you got to understand that these asteroids coming from other planets, they have all types of different materials. Some of which, as you know, who is that? Bob Lazar. As Bob Lazar said, they have materials that are not here on Earth that can do all sorts of different types of things, like levitation, as Bob Lazar said. Element 115? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that is that. Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh no, I'm just checking real quick.
Yeah. So in regards to that, I mean,
It was element 115, and it was he said that they
Yeah.
were dealing with it in area 51 or what was it, S7 or something, and
4.
yeah, and then it was like just recently or a few years ago it was added to the periodic table.
Yeah. S4 is in Groom Lake. Just saying. You know, when you guys wanted to storm Area 51 and run on the walls, you guys actually were going to the wrong base. You're supposed to go to Groom Lake and S4. I mean, I know nobody went past that line because you would have gotten shot. But, if you really wanted the good stuff, it was an S4.
Yeah, that whole Storm Area 51 thing ended with like 50 YouTubers showing up.
Yeah.
I almost went down for that just because a good friend of mine has a house in Roswell, like on the way towards the base. So we were gonna set up and like fucking like roadside souvenir stand the fuck out of them.
Steve, why didn't you do that?
And Uncle Vinny, well, it was short notice and I didn't have the funds to get down there. But Uncle Vinny is like, he kind of looks like Charles Manson. Kind of. Super long stringy hair though.
He's a cousin.
But he's an old, just metal as fuck. I mean, the guy's he's either pushing 60 or is 60. Just still paints his fingernails black every week, whether he needs to or not. And he plays like death metal on the dulcimer. I have pictures and video of this. At any rate, if anyone ever wants to storm Area 51 again, and you can get a lot of suckers, let me know, and Vinny and I will have a little roadside stand, and you're all welcome to stop by and visit with us while we fleece people who think they're going to storm Area 51. We'll donate the profits.
Oh man, that's the thing. I mean, your souvenir shop has to be like, get your souvenir before you get killed by a sniper.
Oh my god.
Literal last chance for souvenirs.
Put up a shop like right before the fucking line.
Just right at the barrier. Day by day, you gotta inch your shop closer just to test the limits.
This is your last chance to get a memento of this life-changing event.
And then there'll be some other fuck that tries to get even closer to the barrier. So y'all will just have to play the inching game until one of you gets sniped.
Okay, so in the chat someone is saying abductees with microchips. There was a TV series called Patient and a Number, like Patient 13 or something.
Yeah, okay, so there's... I was going to kind of save some of this stuff for actually UFO episode. There's a document that came out years ago where it's talking about the CIA using saucer craft to abduct people in South America and do unethical experiments on them. Now, if you ask me to find this document, I can't find it. It's written, number one, it's written in Brazilian, I believe. But it is a CIA document. And yeah, like it's crazy. I asked the source to get me one of those documents, and it's very interesting because that narrative is the whole thing behind the X-Files. If you know the X-Files, that narrative is exactly that. That the government was abducting people and doing experiments on them.
And pretending to be aliens.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I don't know. That makes sense. I mean, and they throw you in this big wide room, and they fill you up with some psychedelics and make some suggestive things, and you are hallucinating that you're in some alien spaceship, right? I mean, yeah. Especially if others previously gave the same story, so this is pretty much like triggered in your brain, like to cause this type of hallucination.
Well, okay, so we know that the CIA years ago was actually mutilating cows and other animals in South America around the same time. So they were kind of faking alien invasions and faking alien visitation by mutilating cows and such, and saying that this was the aliens doing it, or not saying it outright, but people assuming that the aliens were doing it, because of the mutilations that were so brutal at the time in South America. So yeah, these are real official documents and stuff. That it's crazy. Like, it's crazy information that they were faking abductions and faking mutilations in South America. And also Stephen Greer, Dr. Stephen Greer, he talks a lot about this stuff too. So if you want more information on that, it's better to go to him than me. But I used to have a lot of different documents on the subject of aliens and UFOs and all of that.
Yeah, Stephen Greer. I watched his stuff. He does seem to be like in it for like a lot of publicity and things. You know that, right? Stephen Greer. He likes the publicity and.
So if you don't have publicity or the spotlight when you're talking about this stuff, especially since he's heavily connected with a lot of insiders in government, like he's not like Corey Good or fucking David Wilcock or somebody like that. He legitimately has sources inside the government that have worked around UFOs and such.
I believe that, but compare him to Bob Lazar. Like Bob Lazar never wanted to be in the public, right?
No, but it's different when you are a person like Greer. Greer has actually briefed presidents and other things, and he's come out and said that. I mean, like he needs the publicity, number one, to protect his life, and then number two, I mean, coming out and admitting that you've done this and that for the government, I mean, you're going to get the publicity from it.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good guy, though. I mean, I talked to him before on my old Twitter account, in DMs and everything, and talked for extensively periods of time. And I asked him some of the questions about some of the things that some of my sources have said, and he said that he's heard similar things, and especially in regards to mining the moon and asteroids and stuff like that. He said that he's heard that that's going on, and that it's really not that crazy to think that they've been doing that. And I agree. Like, it's not. Like, you could do that shit with a fucking robot. You don't need a human to do that. You could do it with a probe, just mining the moon or mining an asteroid or whatever. I mean, but as I've said before on the show, I've talked to somebody who's in the Air Force, who said basically that they had been involved in a secret space program where they were on a base on the moon and involved in mining the moon. Which, again, it's not really that crazy. I mean, they had plans in the 1960s, 70s, discussed building moon bases and stuff like that. And there's also a WikiLeaks document where the files are missing, where it says that the Soviets have destroyed the U.S. moon base in a cable in the 1980s. So it's very interesting, kind of all the information that I've gotten and contrasting it to what Greer said and stuff like that.
The UFO stuff absolutely fascinates me. But I don't know, man. I go into it more for, I guess, entertainment at this point, because real or fake, if we're weaponizing space and we're mining asteroids, and man, it doesn't bode well for humanity at all. If there's an accident, I don't know, man. The
Pentagon has already actually last week they admitted that they had shot down a UFO and recovered the wreckage. That's like real information. like somebody out of the Pentagon actually admitted that. So I think we are getting to the point where we're going to start getting more stories like that, and that they're going to come out and admit that they have had contact in some form or way, have shot down UFO crafts, have recovered dead bodies. I mean, the Roswell incident is not the only incident that happened. There's other incidents that happen.
I have another story about the Roswell. I want to say that. I want to mention it soon.
What did you want to say on Roswell?
No, because I saw the interview with Annie Jacobsen on Joe Rogan, and she wrote a book about it. And she actually said that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that the USA and Russia were testing with genetically manipulating humans, and that the Roswell incident, and she has this from an Area 51 insider, and she wrote 6 pages in her book about this incident, and she said the Russians actually dropped this thing from a bomber in the sky, and it was like a spaceship thing, but it was actually a drone type of thing, and it crashed, and it had genetically manipulated humans in it, and it was actually to fake an alien attack for the USA, and this is what Annie Jacobsen said on Joe Rogan. So it was a science experiment by the Soviets under Stalin.
I mean, it's possible, but
I don't know. I just want to say, you said Roswell.
Going back to World War II, in World War II they had UFOs they called Foo Fighters, right? They had saucers that they would see going all the way back to Christopher Columbus. I mean,
yeah, Columbus has it in his diary. Yeah, there's lights coming from the water and stuff. Yeah.
Right. Not only just lights coming from the water, but also lights coming from the sky, and there's a lot of descriptions about UFOs going back into Christopher Columbus, and even further back in that in history. I mean, a lot of descriptions and paintings and ancient paintings on walls, and I mean, it goes way too far back for people to be able to just say, okay, that's dismissible. I mean, it's all throughout history. It's riddled throughout history, all over.
Well, even in biblical books, I mean, even in the Bible, religious books are texts about it. And you have in the Hindu culture, you have the discus of Hari Krishna was like in a discus above a city, and he burned like the city from this discus. And you have in the Bible, you have the dome of his mall, and it like literally says like it like goes into the air, and there's all this smoke and this stuff coming out of it, and it like goes up into the sky. So you have all kind of stuff in religious texts about this already. So it's very old. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of information out there, but when it gets to the official document stuff and stuff like the FBI documents and the investigations of Project Blue Book and various different other investigations, the Rendlesham Forest incident in the UK or EU, I can't remember exactly where. I think it was the UK. So I mean, like, Colonel Holt, like his tapes and everything, where he recorded a incident, and how he discusses this object that they see, and the counter effects of this object stopping weaponry and causing malfunctions in equipment. And I mean, it's very obvious that there's a force there that they don't know. Like, they don't know what this force is, but it causes malfunctions in missiles, and it disables missile weaponry. There's a bunch of professionals, from intelligence to the Army to the Air Force, that say that when these UFOs get close to missiles, it disables the missile systems and they start to go haywire. Is that these beings or these craft that are telling us to stop producing weapons that can destroy the planet? I mean, like, it's not really that crazy to think. When they are targeting specifically these missile systems, and then there's been no real incident that I've heard about where there's been an attack on a base or on a missile system. I mean, if they're just disabling them, I mean, is it like a kind of like nod to us to say, stop building these weapons of mass destruction?
What kind of effect do you think legitimate disclosure would have on the populace? And will we even notice at this point, or would it be like a beautiful distraction from the Rona and President Camilleri and all that shit?
I don't think that we will ever get full disclosure. I think that full disclosure would be too much for the populace to handle. But it does seem like they're inching toward UFO and ET disclosure, and it does seem like they are going to be kind of pushing that agenda next. Whether that is a negative agenda or a positive agenda, I don't know. I mean, again, it could be used as a negative agenda, as anything else can be. But I've been
like, we've got to unite under a one world government 'cause them aliens.
Well, that was what Reagan. That was under.
That was the Space Force with Reagan.
Yeah. That was with Reagan, and then it was also pushed under Bush Sr. As well, where Bush started, I believe, or no, was it Bush? Bush restarted. I believe Bush restarted the Star Wars program.
Yeah. There was Bush Jr., right?
No, Senior.
Okay.
Reagan started the Star Wars program. Then it shut down, I think. and after it was shut down, Bush Sr. reopened it. I'm pretty sure. I got to double check that, but anyway, I mean, Reagan started the Star Wars program. That's another thing too. The Star Wars program scientists, there was a lot of deaths that happened with that, and if it was just satellites, it wouldn't make sense for all those people who have died. So, there was like 50 plus deaths or something like that of scientists and engineers regarding the SDI, Star Wars Defense Initiative.
That seems statistically improbable.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's and the other thing that didn't make sense of the Star Wars directive as well is that it wasn't just U.S. scientists and engineers; it was international British scientists and engineers were dying as well, and they were involved in the program. So I kind of think SDI was a lot more than just dealing with satellites and lasers and shooting missiles out of the sky. I could be wrong, but I kind of think the time period of the SDI initiative and some of these Army documents discussing building a moon base, a revolving moon base, in a probe floating around the moon, and building a moon base actually on the moon, and all these other projects. I mean, one's Project Horizon. I think that might be why there was a lot of deaths. I think that there was a lot more work put into Project Horizon and all these other operations that they were doing at the time, because it's the same time period as SDI. And I think that Reagan pushing this whole SDI thing, I kind of think that the laser angle is more of a distraction, kind of similar to how the CIA used Operation Dormouse to hide Bluebird and Blue Artichoke. Or it was called Blue Artichoke, and then it was later renamed Bluebird, Project Bluebird, or the mind control programs that they were doing, which is also an umbrella under Project Monarch. So I think that that's kind of similar to what they were doing with the SDI initiative.
Okay.
This is totally ancillary, but do you remember at all a horrible rah-rah Space Command propaganda movie called Space Camp?
No. Baseballs.
Oh.
That was
Spaceballs.
that was a remake of Star Wars. I thought it was pretty funny. But yeah, I remember Spaceballs and how they did a whole parody of Star Wars, and it was probably one of the best movies of all time. And it's like a cult classic. But Space Camp, no. But that's another thing you could bring up too. Space Force, the Space Force stuff. Again, the military had space programs that they were doing in the 1950s. Hold on, I'm going to pull this up. This is an article in the New York Times. This is a rare article. You'll never find this anywhere but me. Hold on.
Oh, okay, guys. Sorry. It seems that you guys are sounding loud as fuck, and I think, Josh just says it to me. I think this has to do with the Rose episode. We amplified her so much. I have to
Oh yeah.
really have to prepare this better. I'm going to put you guys down a bit.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. All right, so in the Well, I don't know when this was. It doesn't say. I think this is 1990. Oh yeah, 1989. So 1989. There's an article that came out in the New York Times. This is when the New York Times actually did their job. Nowadays they don't. Military secret Star Trek is over. Billions wasted on complex and shuttle. And it says that the Defense Department is dismantling a secretive coast-to-coast space complex that cost at least $5 billion and was intended to operate in collaboration with the civilian space shuttle program. Over the last 3 years, the department has mothballed a 3.3 billion spaceport in California. So that's okay. 5 billion plus 3.3 billion. You know, come on. Like, you really think that they shut down that program and it didn't continue? And I mean, come on.
Well,
So, wait.
and look at the cost of that'd be $8 billion in what 1980s money. How much do you think that is now?
All right, well, that's a good point, but I just wanted to say this before you said your comment. The program for the space shuttle had a space shuttle where 32 astronauts could get into the space shuttle and go into space. 32. Our modern day space shuttles, guess how much they hold?
What, 4? 3?
8.
8.
8 people can get into modern day space shuttles. This one could hold 32. You really think that they shut that down? And speaking
Well, no,
of,
they're gonna be repurposed and retrofitted as what, mining?
Yeah.
Transports?
Resource
Well, I mean-
convoys? I don't know.
I mean, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, they could literally still have soldiers going into space. And from what I'm told, that is what they did. And that one of my sources was involved in mining operations on the moon. And I've said this before on the show, Mark can attest, that I discussed that he literally said there was space fish. Not aliens, not fucking UFOs, space fish. Swimming around in space, and I was just like, space fish? What the fuck does that mean? And he like said that there was like angelfish like swimming around in space that are basically translucent. And yeah, I mean, it sounds fucking crazy, but I mean, I talked to this guy, and before he died, I mean, he was actually a very, very intelligent person, and he did not beat around the bush, and what he saw, I asked him, did he see UFOs? He said no, only space fish. And I'm just like, all right, I don't really know how to take that. But going back to President Ronald Reagan, in June 11th, 1985, in his diary, right, he actually wrote about this military program. He wrote, "I had lunch with 5 top space scientists. It was fascinating. Space truly is the final frontier, and some of the developments there in astronomy, etc., are like science fiction, except they are real. I learned that our shuttle capacity is such that we could orbit 300 people in a space shuttle. 300 fucking people." And I mean, if that's like, you know,
That's significantly more than 8.
well, yeah.
Was Reagan even writing his own diary at that point? Yeah, 85. Yeah, I guess. No, that's fascinating, man. That's wild. That's wild. You gotta assume that they didn't just write off a 300-person transport vehicle as a bad idea.
Well, the thing is, from what I've heard and gotten from information, is that the Naval Space Command and the Air Force Space Command have been jointly what we now call Space Force for the past couple years, going back at least to the 80s. There's actually a old documentary film, and it's now deleted off YouTube. Go figure. But here's the logo. I'll just paste the logo in the chat in general of the Naval Space Force command, and so you can see it there.
Okay.
Good God, that's corny.
Naval Space Command. Yes, that's what they had. Now the Air Force Space Command, from what I've heard, it was more in charge of satellites, which makes sense. The Naval Space Command was where basically all the secret projects went on, which is pretty funny because I believe that base was in Colorado or Ohio, one of the two. Yeah, I just found the information that I was talking about earlier. George H.W. Bush's administration in 1989 vowed to continue the Star Wars project before shortly ending it 2 years into his presidency, bowing to Dick Cheney and the military-industrial complex that wanted to end it. Again, they wanted to end another Star Wars project. They wanted to end another space program in 1989. And again, that's in 1989. 1989, same year that the New York Times came out and said that they ended the secret space program stuff. So I think it was all working under SDI. I'm pretty sure. I've never gotten confirmation of that. Nobody has ever given me information on that. But I'm 90% sure that it was all operating under the Star Wars project.
Okay. And now they're we go back to the start of it, and that is that they're trying to like colonize space, which probably has very little to do with actual UFOs, but like we said, it probably has to do with getting resources.
Do you think they're trying to colonize space, or do you think that they're trying to either exploit, or I don't know. I mean, I do think the mining shit is 100% a thing. What I don't see is the Predator class taking people into space.
No.
Unless it's for the specific purpose of further exploitation.
I did read if there's like there are like these meteorites, and they contain like more gold than has ever been mined on the planet in the entire history. Like a single meteorite. And now that they have like drones and they have the capability to actually mine it, it seems like this Predator class just wants their hands on that stuff.
Well, these meteorites and comets and everything, it's all made up of various materials from across the galaxy that kind of meld together and form a rock. It doesn't have to be gold. It doesn't have to be just gold. It can be platinum. It could be
iron, nickel.
Yeah. So going further than this, in 2001, as most people know, Gary McKinnon hacked into NASA and U.S. Navy computers. Again, U.S. Navy. Hint, hint. He said that while he was inside these computers, that he uncovered hidden data regarding the existence of both free energy and zero-point device. Or I'm sorry, he was searching for zero-point energy and free devices when he stumbled upon an Excel spreadsheet with a list of names and a heading of non-terrestrial officers. And in that document, he said it was listed fleet-to-fleet transfers according to an interview he gave to Project Camelot. And he said he was unable to cross-reference any of the names with existing U.S. Navy ships and believes they were off-world or space marine officers and craft. And this was in 2001. Now, in 2020, we announced that we're going to have a space force. So I mean, like, it's like 15 years later, basically confirming all of this stuff, but it really goes back to the 1980s, and from what I know, and I don't have proof about, Reagan and Bush's administration is where this kind of all kind of starts. So it started, in my opinion, under SDI and pushed forward.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like the weaponization and annexation for as much as we can of space was something that, I mean, that was part of the whole reason we had the Nazi draft, right? We got old Werner.
Well, not only Werner, there's another Nazi rocket engineer that we stole from Nazi Germany. I can't remember his name, but
It's not just two. It's a whole.
Well,
It's a whole lot of them, and I told you guys how you how you can recognize them on all the pictures. You can recognize them with the scars in their faces. I said that, right? And that's true. You have to look at the scars in their faces, and not because they just randomly have scars, but one of the most popular sports in German high politics and high science was fencing, and they always hit each other in the face. So there's plenty of them with the scars in the face. You can see them on old NASA pictures. It's true. It's actually true. You see a lot of them with scars.
Arthur Rudolph?
Wow.
Was that
going,
it?
Going back to no, there's other
It's like Arthur Rudolph and Werner von Braun and I think one other person.
I think there was more than that, to be honest. But there was two significant people, and it was Werner von Braun, and then there's another one. Anyway, the Nazis, since I'm kind of in my own article here, the Nazis actually developed saucers that they called the Shriver Hamburmolo. I really butchered that, and the Hanubu. These were two saucers that were developed by Nazi scientists. So they had two different saucer projects that the Nazis were working on, and after that, the U.S. copied it with Canada, and they created in the 1950s, 60s the Avro car, which a lot of people think is not actually hovering. It is. It's using propulsion to hover, but it does hover off the ground. So they copied these schematics and created the Avro car, and then there's another document that the U.S. Air Force put out. It's literally a frickin' flying saucer, I mean. And it says in the documents that it takes advantage of the Coonada effect. I don't know what the hell that is. But it's from the same company that created the Avro car with the U.S. and Canada. So I thought it was very interesting that those two projects happen around the same time period in the 1950s. And this specific UFO craft was actually called a supersonic saucer. Whether they ever created this or not is unknown. But they have the full schematics on how this whole thing works, and and in some ways that also goes back to Project Winter Haven and Thomas Townsend Brown, which my friend showed me that if you type in Thomas Townsend Brown into Google, there is a blackout of information from Thomas Townsend Brown. And I think it's very interesting because Thomas Townsend Brown is responsible for the experiments of anti-gravity, and Project Winter Haven was a project that the U.S. Air Force took over in the 1950s, possibly 40s, actually, to be honest. I think it was in the 40s, to be honest. But Project Winter Haven is very interesting to look into, and it talks about anti-gravity technology using certain materials to cause anti-gravity, basically through electrogravitics. And I'm gonna say something that might get me in trouble. The B-52 bombers that are used actually use electrogravitics technology in the wings. That's a free national security secret for the day.
Okay, so let's just like a huge silence on there. Let's move to the media censorship. I mean,
Anti-gravity technology, free energy, blah 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 blah, and everybody thinks it's bullshit. But Project Winter Haven under the Army, it's legitimate. They studied it. They had results. They had Thomas Townsend Brown, who was a scientist essentially forgotten about in history, and like I said, there's other things about electrogravitics, and there was a leak that happened in a magazine in the 1990s, I believe. I'll double check that, but there was a leak that happened in a popular aerospace magazine where they discussed that the military was using electrogravitics in the B-52 bombers and other crafts as well. And basically what it does is it makes things featherweight to the point where there's no weight. Like, how do I explain this? It makes things weigh less. So it's not really anti-gravity. It's more so propulsion. But it's electric. It's using the power of electricity to create a hovering effect, essentially. Oh.
What do you think about 0 Point?
Wait. Let me just say this. Since I'm posting or not posting, since I'm talking about secrets and everything, the TR3B project uses electrogravitics. It's also known as the Aurora project. It's the flying triangle in the air that everybody kind of says, "Ooh, what's that?" Oh, it's a flying triangle. Yeah, that's actually a military craft. It's actually its real name is it's called the Lockheed Pulsar, and a lot of people don't know that, and also that usually gets people in trouble for knowing that. The B2, I meant the B2, not the B-52. The B2 uses the electrogravitic technology, and according to Aviation Week and Space Technology magazine, this was a leak in the 1990s. When you get to 0 Point and start talking about like 0 point energy and stuff like that, I mean, there's already various different ways that we can create electricity, and I mean, I'm not an engineer or a scientist or anything, so I don't really know full on the ways that you can create electricity. But I mean, they've been working with like cold fusion and all types of other different types of fusion technology to try to create quote unquote 0 point.
Trying to remember what my buddy was just telling us about on the vigil. I have this thing where like I experience every live stream in a sort of a blackout, where I'm in the moment. So if you
Like, he
ask
can't remember anything from the show unless someone clips it out and shows him, and he's like, "Oh wow, I remember that. Nice clip."
it's true.
So I just want to clarify here. The experiments by the military were actually going on in the 1920s. Oh wait, no, wait. No, the experiments by Thomas Townsend Brown were in the 1920s. Then he tested in the 1958. He tested a 15-inch diameter saucer and had successful results. And the military was involved with Project Winter Haven in the 50s? Yeah, 50s.
Okay. You had different types of planes, of course. Yeah, different shapes were tested. Under Hitler too, right? They had saucer-shaped planes too.
Yeah.
You had what is it? How is it called? That's with one saucer is a prototype for it. Haunibu 2.
The Hanubu, yeah.
Yeah.
I just posted an article. It basically says, if you can read it and zoom in on it, it talks about how the military uses electrogravitics technology. It's a leak from, I think it was Lockheed Martin. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it was a big aerospace company where whistleblowers came out and said they were working on it.
Yeah, okay, but listen, this goes directly into the whole media censorship issue, right? That's what I wanted to mention, because, like, the difference between what we know and what is really going on is so huge that it is almost like unbelievable when you even confront people with these things. Because I know you are like going like super deep on this, and you have these deep research on this because you've been writing about this for years. But normal listeners, they get confronted with this and they can't even believe it. It's almost like a fairy tale, right? Because
no, it's almost like bullshitting, and I agree. I 100% agree. When I first started, the same source that talked to me about basically saying that he was involved in moon mining operations is the same source that gave me all of this information in regards to the military secret.
But we know Gary McKinnon, he hacked into NASA. He found evidence of UFOs, right? I mean, he literally saw this extraterrestrial.
He didn't find evidence of UFOs. He found evidence of secret military space programs.
Well, extraterrestrial officers, and he also found a picture of a UFO, but the quality was was too high for his modem speed, so he had to like reduce the quality and download it. But he found a list of extraterrestrial officers.
Yeah, I heard the Excel document. I've never heard that he saw an actual picture. I did not know that. But yeah, like the thing is, a lot of this stuff goes on through Nellis Air Force Base and Offutt Air Force Base. And there's one more I can't remember off the top of my head. But you know, this stuff is real. It's just hard to comprehend and understand. And when you can actually cite this stuff is when minds get fucking blown.
Yeah, and I mean, well, when you can cite the government's own words as well.
Yeah, exactly. And when you can cite government documents and discussing this and leaked documents from the past, I mean, that's when that's when you're really pushing it and touching on touchy subjects and everything.
But
So
it's
I'm not
also a spider web of things. Okay, it's a spider web of things because it connects to the whole MK Ultra programs, etc., and these brainwashing programs, these interrogation programs, and it connects all deeply into that. Like you can't even figure out what's real and fake anymore in that sense that people get abducted, for example, by what we discussed before. They think there's like aliens abducting them, but it's already like mixed in with the whole CIA stuff. Could be the CIA doing it, pretending to be aliens, right? It's all mixed in now.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a mixture. That's the way I feel about it. I think it's a mixture of things, but yeah, I mean, when you see those documents, when I can actually get somebody to either translate and find them, or I get the source to actually give them to me, I mean, they're fucking mind-blowing, man. Like, it discusses the the CIA literally faking alien invasions and abducting people. Like, it's fucking mind-blowing that even went on. And I think, won't quote me on this, but I think it went on in the 80s. So, I mean, that even speaks more volumes.
No, I've heard similar things from a handful of people that I would consider to be credible on that. And one of the people that I'm acquainted with, I wouldn't necessarily say we're friends, but we've been to we've been in the same room many times over the last 16, 17 years. He was an engineer for Lockheed, and he said, whatever it is you think they're up to, it's a million times worse, and they're rolling it out.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't go into it because at that point he started to shake a little bit.
Yeah, but like
I swear, man, half those guys, if you work for a defense contractor, like, if you're any kind of a human being, you have got to wind up with some PTSD over what it is you're doing.
yeah, we discussed before about the invisibility suit, for example. It was already shown in the 80s in several movies, and then in 2004 in Iraq we saw it being used. There are these videos about it. You can see it, and a soldier is made completely invisible. And this is not even difficult to make. It's very easy to make if you think about it.
Now they can use that same technology to make a full tank or a jet invisible as well. So, and probably drones or any other type of equipment that they want, they can make it fucking invisible. They can make a rocket launcher freaking invisible.
Yeah, what I want to say with that is that military research is far ahead of what we know, and that's also what they say. Like they're that one from Lockheed Skunk Works, he said they're 30 years ahead. That other guy I saw an interview with from DARPA, he said they're also 30 years ahead of the rest, and they're already testing stuff we can't even imagine right now. And so that was the invisibility suit thing. But you could also argue that when Elon Musk and these people talk about going to Mars with civilians, that they might already be there for 30 years with the military. Their budget is far higher than the public budget. I mean, Tesla or SpaceX is a big company, but the U.S. military gets, what is it, like 800 billion a year, and that is without the black budgets and all these things. You probably think it would get a $1.5 or $2 trillion a year.
SpaceX, you gotta understand, SpaceX is a military contractor. They are legitimately, they have military contracts, right? So could they have been doing
Musk grew
stuff
up
like
with
that?
Peter Thiel,
Yeah.
right?
That's Elon.
But here's the thing, right? So let's say you're correct, right? So the public perception is that SpaceX rockets can't get into space and they keep blowing up. But in reality, they've been doing, or well, that's not really real. That's not. I shouldn't say reality, but in the example, maybe instead the public perception is they're crashing, but they are instead actually doing military space program stuff and black ops in space. I mean, it's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. Here's the thing. I can't see SpaceX not being able to get into space, but then hearing about all this other secret space program stuff. I mean, it just doesn't line up. I mean, like, is it possible that Elon's too stupid to get a rocket into space? Maybe, but I don't think so.
I think the stupid is just part of his act, honestly. To seem like one of those relatable billionaires.
Oh, he isn't stupid at all, Elon Musk. He coded his own game when he was like 7. No, he's not stupid. Yeah.
That's exactly my point.
He's the fake alternative business people, right? He's all.
Well, he said on Joe Rogan, since you were talking about Joe Rogan earlier, he said that he doesn't believe in UFOs and that we have been visited by aliens. So take that as you will.
He also believes we live in a hologram, so he doesn't even know. He believes we live in a simulation. So yeah. It's difficult, but you know the background behind Musk and all these things. He is involved. He was involved with PayPal Mafia with Peter Thiel, and that goes directly into Palantir and Lockheed and U.S. missile technology. So yeah, it's all deeply tied in. And that's why when he does a project, there is like unlimited funding. He goes like, when we talk about billionaires like Bill Gates, yeah, it's interesting, he has 100 billion, but you see Elon Musk during the COVID crisis, go from like 15 billion to 70 billion in like a month or so time. So,
yeah, he surpassed Bezos. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's already, of course. Yeah, there's unlimited funding.
He's on the road to. SpaceX is jumping.
Yeah.
Well, you see, SpaceX is just acting as Dogecoin.
There's unlimited funding available for these guys, and it's sad because these people are able to like cure world hunger like in a day, and that's what they're not doing. And there you can see pure evil, right? We talk about billionaires and their big businesses. You have to imagine that each one of them can cure world hunger today if they wanted to, but they don't do it. And that's why I have like this feeling like we're dealing with pure evil, honestly.
Well, I mean, when they're doing all these secret black ops programs, and especially under Ronald Reagan, oh my God, man! Under Ronald Reagan, it was the worst because they were doing gun running, drug running, human trafficking. There was a connection between BCCI connected to the Franklin Credit Union, which was involved in the whole Franklin, Nebraska child trafficking scandal. I mean, so that's what was going on in the 1980s. It's really what seeded, quote unquote, the deep state of military industrial complex, and various different contractors and stuff like that, because we gave them too much power. And the CIA themselves, they created a bank. Bill Casey created the BCCI bank with Agahan Asasi. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I know way too much fucking information. That's the problem. That's from Ted, in regards to all that stuff. I mean, he said how the CIA set up a conduit offshore laundering bank for laundering black operation funds and funneling those funds, cycling through black projects. So essentially, guns for guns for drugs, drugs for human trafficking, you know, like, and vice versa all around. I mean, that's what they did. That's what they used as collateral for money to fund operations elsewhere and whatever they had the need to do at the time. And we know with the whole Iran-Contra thing how that all went on with Oliver North and John Poindexter, but they always leave out the top guys in that, and Donald Gregg or someone was heavily involved in the trafficking aspect of the Franklin Credit Union scandal with Franklin, Nebraska, or Omaha. I think it was Omaha, Nebraska, not Franklin, Nebraska. So I mean, like, yeah, this corruption, it all started under Reagan in the 1980s, and I mean, you could go probably back further than that, to be honest. You could go back to when the OSS was working with the mafia, and I mean, yeah, you could probably go back that far too. I mean, but for the modern day stuff is all when they started setting up those conduit sectors in the CIA, where they were using these banks for laundering funds for doing different operations.
Yeah. So, and that's what they also do with setting up these churches. It sounds weird, but they set up churches to accept anonymous money. Churches can accept.
Well, it's so they can put forward like the whole, partially so they can put forward the whole image of philanthropy. So they don't have to take accountability for destroying the world, and they don't actually have to do something serious with the just massive amounts of money from exploitative work they've accumulated.
Yeah, we see like when they enter into war zones, we suddenly see like these small churches being set up or NGOs being used, and they're used to like funnel money into the war zones, set up distribution of things, and yeah, churches work to funnel anonymous money into it. You can anonymously donate to churches and to charities. You don't have to actually list a name or whatever, and so that's a way you can pay agents, you can pay assets in war zones, and this is common practice.
Right. Yeah. They used BCCI with Bill Casey. He created.
BCCI is a Pakistan bank.
Yep. They used BCCI and BNL at the time, and when they tried to investigate it, Bill Barr shut down all the investigations in BCCI and BNL. He stonewalled them in the investigation, and basically shut them out. Because if they would have known that Bill Casey had set it up with Agahan Hassasi, I forget his name, to be honest. Like, you can look it up. But the guy who was involved, he was a Pakistani guy. He was involved with BCCI. That's how they set up the whole thing. So the CIA was using it mostly as a laundering bank, and then they would launder the funds to offshore banks like Mossadegh. What was that bank that got exposed in the Panama Papers? Yeah, I can't remember. Mossadegh something. I can't frickin' remember the name of it. Anyway, there's a document that came out where it says Operation Goldeneye or Project Goldeneye, and that was the laundering money for guns for drugs in Iran-Contra at the time.
You mean that Mossack Fonseca bank?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, the law firm or something like that.
No, it's an offshore bank. It's an offshore bank. They had a whole bunch of clients, including the CIA, that was using it.
Yeah, so these groups, and including like Blackwater, etc., they set up these offshore companies in areas where there are less human rights, right, and where there is less oversight on them, and it's a way to circumvent U.S. human rights, which technically, like in law written, is a pretty solid system where you do have human rights, at least on paper, right? So to avoid
Very, very much in theory that gets violated quite frequently, but it does exist on paper.
yeah, but then in these countries it doesn't at all. So they set up these offshore operations, and the headquarters in a country like Pakistan, where there are no rights at all, and that's how they try to do stuff that would never be allowed within U.S.
Well,
shores.
they also use shell companies, and they set up LLCs behind the. Yeah, it's so. Oh.
The second the U.S. Army moves out of Iraq, Blackwater moves in to so-called protect the oil interests. So, yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with police. Once you know, quote unquote, defund the police, you have instead private security firms that move in. Once you close down the government prisons, you have private prisons that move in. It's the same thing all over the world.
Yeah.
I tried to explain it awkward, and he didn't understand.
Yeah, no, but that is how it is. That is how it is, and but it goes even worse. Like even U.S. commerce is involved, because I'm not sure if everyone knows that the same day as the Americans moved out of Vietnam, the same day, the first McDonald's opened in the capital city. So even U.S.
That's
commerce.
just a
is
miracle.
Yeah, that can be.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's-
miracle.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
apparently
just
like,
fitting.
the U.S. lost the war, like supposedly lost the war, or they moved out of Vietnam. But the second they move out, McDonald's moves in. How can McDonald's move in? And McDonald's is was back then even more on the forefront of the U.S. economy. They're saying that McDonald's has a partnership with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola used to do the drinks in the military camps of the U.S.
Yeah, it's
Catering.
pretty funny though. I mean, it's like, oh, we left. We're leaving your country because we lost the war, but we're leaving behind a McDonald's.
Yeah, so that's
Like, yeah, we bombed the crap out of your nation and killed tons of people with Agent Orange, but we have a McDonald's as a consolation prize.
yeah, even that isn't like Agent Orange like a Monsanto product too, or am I wrong there?
Yeah,
So Monsanto is deeply tied in with McDonald's and Coca-Cola too. I think Monsanto actually invented caffeine.
I don't know if Monsanto invented caffeine. I'm not too sure about that, but yeah, you're right that there's a tie there to McDonald's and also Agent Orange with Monsanto.
It begins. Monsanto begins producing caffeine and vanilla in 1915.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so that was to replace the cocaine in the Coca-Cola, right? So,
Oh my god!
Yeah.
The fucking pesticide.
And now they're
caffeine.
a part of Bayer. So the manufacturers of Agent Orange and Zyklon B have come together to make sure we eat right.
yeah. So Bayer was IG.
You'll like it, Steve.
Just for listeners, Bayer was IG Farben during World War II and produced gas for the extermination camps. And produced a whole lot of other stuff. They had literally had their buildings in front of the camps, by the way, for forced labor. If you find the old maps, etc., you find like in front of every concentration camp, even like Auschwitz, you had the IG Farben buildings in front of those, where the strong men would be put to slave labor. So, yeah, that's Bayer for you, right? That owns Monsanto now. Yeah.
Don't forget the other important thing. They used to sell heroin.
It was all allowed back then. Cocaine too, by the way. I mean, cocaine was also sold in pharmacies and was given to soldiers in World War I on the front lines.
Oh man, have you ever seen one of those like the ingredients for a bottle of cough syrup in 1890. It's like more cannabis, like this, that, fucking. Basically, it was. I bet it took care of your cough. I do. I bet you were not coughing at all.
You was not doing anything anymore at that point.
Fucking
Staring
tone.
at fucking pink bunnies on the ceiling, itching your face, and fucking. Yeah.
Love the LSD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get enough opium or fucking morphine in you, you just see some shit.
Can we just like acknowledge all the fucked up stuff that the CIA has done in the last fucking couple decades? Like drug people with fucking LSD in a city. I mean, and watch them and experiment it on them, essentially spying on them to see the results. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, it's like their own director proudly proclaimed they lied and they cheated and they stole.
Let's not forget that the CIA dropped a fuck ton of crack and cocaine in poor neighborhoods all over the country, flying it in through Bill Clinton's state of Arkansas in Mena. To the point, this is common knowledge now. They executed Gary Webb, and there are now Hollywood movies about the CIA drug trafficking ring that flew in to the state where Bill Clinton was governor at the expense of the fucking black and brown community, leading to not only the assassination of Gary Webb, but Bill Clinton's election to the presidency and Joe Biden's authoring of the 1994 crime bill, which exploded the prison population and militarized the police, and fucking the legislation that was passed surrounding that made a fucking helicopter's worth of cocaine the same charge as a fucking crack rock.
You remember who's that drug dealer that had a Netflix special? I can't fucking remember who it was. But
Ricky Ross.
No, not Ricky Ross. The
Okay, because he was the dude in L.A.
Oh yeah, I know.
Freeway Rick.
It was Pablo Escobar. Fuck, I couldn't remember his name.
Okay.
Pablo Escobar met with George H.W. Bush. There's a picture of them shaking fucking hands.
Oh yeah.
Like nobody thinks anything of that. It's like, what? Why did you meet Pablo Escobar?
So I actually have a T-shirt that comes out of a market stall in Medellin, and it's got Pablo's face on it, and it says El Patron.
That's not accurate.
And fucking, oh dude, I like now. I want to just start a T-shirt collection of CIA assets.
Well, that's a really good idea.
I think it'd be fun.
Oh, that's definitely a moneymaker. I mean, like, you just put a whole bunch of like CIA assets and then quotes on the shit. I mean, fuck yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely. No, I mean we're starting, and I hate that I'm saying this even, but we're going to have fucking Slow News Day merch. So CIA asset T-shirt line is right in our wheelhouse.
Yes, you plugged the show.
Like never happens here either. Really, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah,
Whitney Webb and Johnny Bedmore are gonna be on tomorrow. That's gonna be fucking killer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be killer. We get both of them.
11 a.m. Pacific time.
I wonder if they're actually gonna sit next to each other, or if they're gonna do what they do when they're on with Riot and sit in different parts of fucking Whitney's little house.
You know what? I haven't thought of that, Steve.
It's an interesting place in my head.
I'm sure there's a lot of interesting places in your head.
Yeah. Yeah. I try not to spend too much time there, though.
Alright.
Hey, so we we covered Myanmar a bit, and then we went immediately into aliens and drug lords. We have some other stuff to discuss too, like the social media censorship. We should cover Assange. Oh yeah, and we have a lawsuit in here.
Oh yeah, no. Talk about the lawsuit. Did we do the pre-crime thing on air, or was that pre-show?
I think that was pre-show.
Okay, we should talk about that too. But yeah, tell us about the lawsuit, Louvers.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, as you guys maybe know already, we're dealing with a lot of problems here over the whole lockdown stuff. There are like a lot of businesses are going bankrupt, etc. And so they kind of like united in this group called Virus Truth, and they started a lawsuit against the Dutch government, a collective lawsuit, and they are presenting evidence that 98% of our society has never had any trouble because of the virus at all, and it's just 2%, and the numbers have been going down since December, the official numbers. The amount of like hospital beds have only been increasing, and they made an agreement with us when the virus just started coming in, that if the amount of available IC beds would be above 500, they would remove all the lockdown procedures and all the things, and they're already above 700, and they're only increasing the restrictions. They're creating a curfew and everything, and so this Virus Truth group has started a collective lawsuit, and they actually won today. The judge chose their side and said, like, yeah, this is not okay what they're doing. They have been breaking several human rights laws, and the Virus Truth group has good lawyers. They are very well educated into human rights law, in European human rights law, and so the judge sided with them and ruled against the state and said the curfew is illegal and it has to immediately stop. And so the curfew was removed for an hour, right? Because immediately the Dutch state responded, asked for an emergency lawsuit, and had a higher judge overruled this judge and said, like, no, the curfew stays until the appeal is done. So if you think about, okay, so it reminds you a bit about the Assange case, which has nothing to do with it, but like the judge ruled in favor of Assange, but then immediately the other party appeals, and then suddenly the judge says, like, yeah, he has to stay in prison anyway until the appeal is done. So yeah, kind of like this in this case too. We won, and we were out of the curfew, but the government appeals, and so we have to stay in the curfew until the appeal is done. So yeah, that's pretty much what happened, and so now we have literally we have the Hague judge. The Hague is our capital city. It's also the location where the International Criminal Court is. They ruled against the state, and they convicted the state of breaking the law, and ruled all the fines illegal and everything too. And then so there's now an appeal that's going to be Friday. We hear the final judgment on that. But yeah, it is kind of a weird situation now, because now we have Dutch judges going against the state, and we have other judges supporting the state, and we have pretty much a super angry population, or at least a part of the population is super angry. And officially the lockdown situation lasts till March 3, and then on March 3 they want to like make all the stores free again, right? But the restaurants and the cafes are not going to be free. So what did these guys say? They said like, yeah, whether we get permission or not, we're going to all open at the same time as the stores open, right? So they're going to collectively all open up when the stores open March 3. So that's going to cause some stuff to happen too. Kind of what they did in Italy too. In Italy they were forced lockdown, but they were all going bankrupt because of the lockdowns. So they said like, we have this day and this day we open, and then all the restaurants opened at the same day. 50,000 restaurants and cafes opened the same day, and the government pretty much was forced to walk away from it, right? So that's the situation here. It's now been proven in a court that the Dutch government broke, and this is the same for other European governments, by the way. It's now proven in a court that European governments broke the European human rights agreements, and a curfew, at least, is not legal. So that's what we got now in court. Now we have to wait for the appeal on Friday, I guess, and I don't expect much from it. I expect that we will be staying in a curfew. They will find a way to do it. But it was a victory today. And the judge seemed a very nice lady. She was an older lady, like I think she was like 70 years old, and she probably was around when all these human rights agreements were written, right? And it was the Dutch government that was pretty much on the forefront of that. They pioneered these human rights meetings. And that's also what was pointed out by Virus Truth, that it is like, it's very ironic that now it is the Dutch government that is so aggressively, locking all of us down and putting us like in this giant, prison, so to speak. And while they were pioneering human rights. And so it is like a 180 degrees turn. And the bottom line is also, what they said was, if there is a true pandemic, arguably there is, people would voluntarily listen. They would voluntarily do certain things. They would wear masks, they would keep distance, all voluntarily. The fact that you have to use such aggressive repression methods against people to force them to do it shows, according to Virus Truth, that there's something else going on. And that is pretty much what also the judge agreed on. The numbers have been going down since December. More beds are available. There are older people dying from COVID, but they all have other conditions too. Like they have heart problems, they have further stage cancer, and the thing is, due to priority being given to COVID in hospitals, there are these people are not getting the treatments they need to get. And so you can argue that instead of helping people, you are literally causing a lot of health problems to a lot of people right now. And so there is urgency in stopping this situation. And that is what was argued in court today.
But we cured the flu.
Yeah, the flu. Yeah, that's a flu symptoms thing, and it's like.
Well, and remember, COVID doesn't come out past 10 p.m. at night.
Yeah, that's
No, it only comes out past 10.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Only comes out.
yeah.
It
Doesn't come out during the day.
Yeah. It
But there is
keeps musicians hours.
Yeah, but there is an aggressive fights going on against it. I mean, people are like waking up, and this is not like coming from like some group of crazies, right? There is like a lot of doctors and scientists involved with resisting against this now. People are like people were very willing to wear masks, to keep distance and these things. They were very willing to do that just to be safe. But to force all kind of things on people and make it worse and worse, at some point you have like this breaking point where everyone says like, it's a little bit too much now. Like The numbers have been going down for so long. This curfew adds nothing to it. Like you guys say, virus doesn't come out at 9. There's less people on the streets too. It hasn't been proven that people get easily infected on the streets either. I mean, it's far more logical that they get infected more indoors than outdoors, because the wind takes it away and whatever. So yeah, it does make sense, and it hasn't made any change in the numbers either. The whole curfew thing, like it didn't change anything in the numbers. And also they say like there is like more deaths. No, there are less deaths this year than 2019 pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, there were 30,000 people died from the normal flu. Now we have about 9,000 COVID deaths in 2 years. So it means 4,500 a year die on COVID. And there are no flu numbers reported anymore. So you have less deaths under COVID than you have under the normal flu. These are just not the like official numbers. This isn't like randomly made up. You can just they're keeping a very good track record of this.
But you should give Peter Thiel all your health information just to be safe.
Yeah.
No need to give it to him, Steve. He already has
He
it.
already has it.
Yeah, and they were confronted with it too on TV, like on mainstream television. There was someone in the audience who said like, but how come there are no more flu deaths? Why are there no more flu deaths reported? And this professor literally said like, yeah, because we are protecting so well against COVID. Like, yeah, that was the answer. Like, because we're all wearing masks, we don't have a flu anymore either now. Yeah.
Well, if anything, people are going to come out of this whole thing with way weaker immune systems because of all the masks, of all the, lack of interaction with your natural environment. People are just going to come out of this with weaker immune systems, and that can get bunted over to COVID if people want.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bathing in sanitizer.
That's what
Yeah.
I recommend.
Coating your body in bacterial shit. It's like doing everything you can to destroy your body's natural ability to fight off diseases.
That's why I recommend you have a natural mud bath once a day, and I mean mud from the backyard. Fucking worms in it.
Yeah,
I mean, I work outside.
So you have
Yeah,
your once a day mud bath.
I usually get coated in like dirt and sweat.
It's close to mud, but no.
Yeah.
You gotta dig in there and get that muddy mud pile and worms and get a bucket and fill up a bathtub full of it and just bathe in it. Never mind.
If you're lucky, you might get a garden snake.
When we have our Slow News Day compound, I will have a clawfoot tub out in the middle of fucking nowhere. That will be the mud tub.
Mud tub.
Yeah. We'll get fresh mud in it every day. Not like that store-bought mud either. You can't trust it.
That fucking synthetic shit they give you in the
Depot
fucking
mud.
pouches, like, oh, organic mud masks.
Right.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work for building up your immune system. Though you need mud straight from the backyard, all worms, everything, all the nutrients in that beautiful mud, and you have a bath in it.
But so how-
Especially if you can get one, you can get some next to a body of water. I'm all for it.
Oh, you missed the You missed the butt plug Q-tips from China the other week.
Oh, I heard about it. I heard about those and the asshole scanning toilets and all that good shit.
Oh yeah, they have literally in China. They use a. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than a Q-tip. Pretty sure it's bigger than a Q-tip. But anyway, giant fucking. I saw it. Like it was big. I was like, wait, what the fuck is that? Oh God. Worse than a fucking colonoscopy.
A nightmare material. Yeah.
What?
That's a nightmare material. But I want to know, like, I was going to ask, like, how is the situation in the US then? I mean, what are they saying now about all that stuff?
Well, I mean, they're not probing anybody's buttholes with fucking Q-tips, if that's what you want to know.
No, I hope not, but I mean...
No, but the swabs are coming. They are. You know they are.
But, yeah, I don't know how...
And you'll like it, Steve.
You had people walking around with 3 fucking masks. You don't think for a moment that if that demonic little elf got on TV and said you need to stick a cotton thimble up your ass,
I've seen
that
mothers
fucking immediately
walking
at
in
least
air-
100 million people wouldn't be like, yeah, okay, that's a good idea, I'll do that, I'll stick a cotton thimble up my ass.
I've seen mothers walking around in airports with entire plastic sheets over their baby strollers. Not to mention those stupid face shields.
I mean, like, okay, so if you put plastic over your baby's stroller, you could suffocate the fucking baby. Do you think
Yeah,
baby
and I saw it.
do that? Like, what the fuck? Baby's fucking
I.
Oh shit! What? Oh, you mean you shouldn't cover somebody in plastic? Oh fuck!
Oh, unfortunately, ma'am, your baby died of COVID anyway.
Yeah, you know, like when you're fucking 5 years old and you fuck with the plastic grocery bag, put it over your head, and your parents like, no, don't do that, Glory. You're gonna fucking suffocate. Now it's become commonplace.
Good parenting.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just stupid.
No, it's not. Oh my god. No, the people at the airport are insane, though. I've seen a couple of costumes.
Different levels of.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what else to call them.
on a plane nowadays, I would wear a full hazmat suit just because then I could be. Because then I could be like, you know, there's no room for the other person to sit next to me. Sorry.
Yeah,
The
I'm just
airline
gonna
would
walk
find a way
around.
to charge you for the second seat.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna walk around with my own personal box and start
I'd be
hitting
like,
people with
how
it.
much is the other airline? Well, because, you know, I can't take off this hazmat suit. We're in a pandemic, number one. And then number two, you know, I'm not wearing anything underneath. So, I mean, I can't take this off.
Like, oh, so you want to kill my grandma now? Okay.
Oh my god. that
man.
picture. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? Like, the kid's lucky if he doesn't die.
Yep, a plastic shield for a toddler. It's COVID.
Yeah, I
That child needs to be taken someplace safe, away from that woman.
Yeah. That's the real danger.
That
Definitely.
that woman is absolutely endangering the life of her child.
and doesn't even fucking realize it.
And thinks she's getting at least a silver in the virtue signaling Olympics.
Yeah, no, she thinks it's helping.
Olympics.
The only thing it's missing is a sticker that says "Love is love" on it.
It says most kids are unbothered by COVID. Someone says in the chat.
Well, I mean, what's
Yeah.
really missing is a sticker that says "Safety First."
Right. Do your part.
Do your part, safety first.
Oh, we're all in this together.
Please stay 5 feet away. Oh
man.
god, I keep on just going off on random fucking stickers for this. This is. Whew.
How is it going to
I
end?
saw you not wearing your mask, Steve. How does it feel to be a grandma killer?
Oh my god.
What, me?
Yeah, you weren't wearing your mask, bro.
You're a grandma killer now.
What?
man.
When? What, now?
Yeah, are you wearing a mask?
I'm at my house.
You gotta wear a
I'm
mask
not even
inside.
inside yet.
You gotta
So
wear
I'm
how
not
does it
even
feel to
inside
be?
yet. My
So how does
studio
it feel to be
is
the sole
outdoors.
reason that millions of people are dead, Steve?
There is no one else around me right now. I am
Well,
I, I'm as alone as I can get on my property while there are people here.
Well, you see, Steve, germs spread so vast and far and wide that you not wearing your mask can get some other people sick, and then all of a sudden, it's just millions and millions of people are sick.
All because of you.
But what if they were wearing a mask? Why
No.
didn't why?
Both wearing one.
All of society has to buy into this, Steve. Come on now. 50,000 people in Boulder Creek, California died just this second because you refused to comply.
There
How
are
does that
not
feel?
even 50,000 people in this. You're talking like the entire San Lorenzo Valley, fucking on the way into Santa Cruz too. Jesus, man. Oh, I
Yeah, you're the reason they're in a purple tier, Steve.
do think it's interesting that we let the World Economic Forum rewrite the social contract, and a lot of people just went, "Yeah, okay, yeah, that'll do."
I can sense the QAnon tick coming.
Oh shit!
We did get another one of those. We did get another one of those QAnon context warnings today.
Content warning for the show we did today, and we covered a story out of the Associated Press about Nancy Pelosi calling for a 9/11 style commission for the Capitol thing. We covered the pre-crime thing out of the Washington Post, and just quoted the article directly. We didn't even pull up Whitney's article from 2019 where she talked about all of this. There's no reason whatsoever.
Some facial recognition news, some LAPD surveillance news. Was it a Cynthia McKinney clip we played, you think?
It was a C-SPAN clip of the 9/11 Commission, like, reaction kind of thing. The panel. It was like a 3.5 hour. Huh?
Okay, so you can't talk about the 9/11 Commission, because if you talk about the 9/11 Commission, it automatically makes you into a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, and then they connect that to Q, and then, even though 9/11, literally there's got a 500,000 fucking questions that they cannot answer, yeah. Including...
So what is kind of...
I was just going to say, including the commission clip where one of the commissioners said on TV accidentally that missiles had hit the Pentagon.
Yeah. I remember. We Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say Freudian slip, where he was just like the miss. I mean, the plane that hit the Pentagon.
Yeah, and World Trade Center Building 7 still standing there, right? After behind the BBC
Oh
lady.
yeah, that's a whole other thing too. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's so much there. It's just like, no.
Well, and there is a narrative now that lately, since maybe December, when they were trying to oust Trump before the inauguration, that Jason Bermas, my friend, the guy who did Loose Change, is responsible for sparking the 9/11 Truth movement, which is not accurate. Although it is an excellent film.
He single-handedly did it. Tell you.
And that the 9/11 Truth movement is responsible for QAnon. So I can see if and Tucker Carlson like even put up and called out Loose Change on his show to discredit QAnon and to draw a link. And you're going to see going forward, the Democrats said they were going to make it their entire campaign strategy in 2022. Any information that runs counter to their narrative is going to be labeled QAnon. And it's just going to be immediately dismissed and discredited by a shit ton of not just, establishment hacks, but quote unquote independent media too.
Yeah, that's just fucked.
It's like, you don't even have to go and say outright, like, oh yeah, I'm pro-censorship, silence that channel, when you can just call them QAnon and push them to the fringes so people automatically ignore them, and then if they do get censored, it's, oh, that makes sense because they're fucking QAnon.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just an
allow
excuse.
for a little bit more like weaseling.
Just an excuse being used because I talked about this with someone else today too, and it's like in the USA you have like, okay, so the anti-lockdown stuff and anti-vaccine movements are all called QAnon, and there's a lot of QAnons involved with that. But when I mentioned about the lawsuit in my own country against the lockdown stuff, these are old left judges ruling against the state. It's old left human rights activists, human rights pro-human rights judges ruling against the state. It's actually coming. This resistance in here is also coming from the left. It's not coming from QAnons and right wingers at all. This is just an excuse from the people in power to like attach a grassroots movement to like a certain controlled narrative, right? I mean. It's not true. It's just you have a problem there.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
And that's where I wish, America could be more like some of our other Western counterparts who are protesting, because here most of the lockdown protests are so small that it's so easy to manage. You can literally just point a finger at someone saying, oh, Great Reset, and say, everybody in this crowd is QAnon, because it'll only be like 10 or 15 people showing up.
And there's always a Q shouting loudest, right? Standing in between them.
Well, there's always a Q with a fucking, Viking helmet on.
Yeah, they do that on purpose.
Buffalo hat guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
I
plans,
was trying
of
to
course.
multitask and I couldn't fucking think of what I was trying to say, but yeah, the Viking helmet.
But AK, he's a shaman.
He entered like the sacredest of sacredest Senate chambers. Like that's why that singular security guard politely asked him to leave.
It was hilarious, though. Like, he wasn't even violent.
Yeah, do you guys think you could leave the Senate chambers anytime soon? This is like the sacredest place.
It was funny. He walked in with the flag, put it down, and then suddenly like went up to the microphone and thought he was like going to address the people. Oh god, that was funny though. I laughed so hard, and
I wish he would have.
he did. No, he did. Like, have you seen that video? It's hilarious.
Did he? I didn't. No, I have not. I haven't seen the actual address. I've seen because I've seen the security guard be like, "This is the sacred data space," but it cut shortly after that.
Yeah, no, that clip is just focusing on the security guard.
Yeah,
Bro, he fucks it. The fucking buffalo hat guy walks in and he's like, yeah, dude, look at this guy. Fucking blood spurting out of his neck. Real patriot here. Oh my god.
I think it's weird. We hear about that Angeli guy. We don't hear about that lady who got shot. Whatever happened to her?
She died.
She died.
That's pretty much it, right?
The Capitol Police killed a woman, and whenever they talk about this, it's the what is it? The violent insurrection which led to the deaths of several people.
5
what they
people
say, and that's all they
died because of misinformation, Steve. How dare you?
And so let's walk through that, shall we? There was the one woman who was shot by the cops who died. There were 3 other people that we knew of last week that had died as of like heart attacks or shit like that. And then there was the cop who heroically defending the Capitol from the insurrectionists was bludgeoned to death by a fire extinguisher from the unruly mob. That's what the New York Times reported. That's what all of mainstream media ran with. It was one of the reasons cited as to why we needed to have a congressional commission, to get to the bottom of this so that it never happens again. Lives can be protected, and that turned out to be bullshit. We found out a few days ago that this was a what do you call it? Lie. It was a lie. The officer Sicknick, in fact, was not bludgeoned to death.
It fits the narrative, and that's what's important here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, people are still gonna run with it. You will find. I don't. Has it even been reported that they got that wrong? I know that it's still up on the website because I did check earlier.
If it's reported after a week of saying the same thing over and over again, or more, I mean, the narrative already got around. It doesn't matter if you correct it or not. So if you report a false narrative, it's already out there for about a week or 2, or maybe more. I mean, even if you correct it, most people aren't going to see the correction. They're only going to see what they read. You know, like.
And it's not like any news outlet is going to lead with that isn't, us. And then we'll get a context warning.
It wouldn't matter, because even if they did, okay, let's say that the news media was fucking honest, which obviously that's not true. But let's say that they were 100% fucking honest and not narrative driven, right? Let's say they reported and said that, yeah, we were wrong, and this guy didn't actually die this way. We made a mistake, right? Most of the people who got that information are not going to see that report. They're only going to see what they read prior and what was shared with them through social media and basically aggregated content for them, directed just for you, content for you, So I mean, like, they're not going to see the correction. They're only going to see what they saw prior and the fake information, and they don't care enough to look for the real information. So I mean, yeah.
Well, and this is the thing too. You could have a conversation with someone who bought the bludgeoning story hook, line, and sinker. You can have a conversation with them a week from now. Hey, you heard that turned out to be fake, right? No, you're lying.
Exactly.
You're making that up. That's a conspiracy. It's okay. Well, let's go and look and see if they made a correction on the website. Oh no, they didn't. That story is still up there unedited, unchanged.
Right. And if we do that in alternative media, these fact checkers, I use that term very loosely because one of them tried to say that a scientific article that I wrote was me warning of the impending doom of an asteroid hitting the Earth. You know, like, because apparently the scientific term of airburst is so fucking scary that, you know, they think that it means that asteroids are going to hit the fucking Earth. But, I mean, you know, if we do that in alternative media, they come after us and fucking, well, you wrote a fake news story, your page is now limited for X amount of days. I mean, it's fucking getting ridiculous. The power that these people fucking have over information is incredibly scary. Incredibly scary. None of these people who are fact checkers are qualified to be fact checkers. Most of them don't even fucking realize that various different documents exist for talking about chemical programs of spraying chemtrails. And don't even realize those documents exist, and they'll mark an article of talking about chemicals being sprayed in the air, chemtrails, as fake, when that's not entirely true. I mean, the military uses various different chemtrail programs for numerous different application uses, such as years ago they did a experiment on Texans in Texas, and they sprayed various different chemicals that cause cancer. They've used ionized crystals for trying to control the weather. I mean, they've done all types of shit.
Yeah, but listen, you have a problem, AK. The word chemtrails is completely hijacked. Like, that's the problem, because if you search for chemtrails, you find only conspiracy stuff. But if you search for the word cloud seeding, you find mainstream articles. You find a Wikipedia page where everything is just explained about cloud seeding. That they're actually doing it. They're spraying stuff in the air to make sure that clouds appear in another place than they're expected to be. They openly admit that they kept the sky clear during the Beijing Olympics. They openly admit that in Russia they tried to stop winter storms from happening using those methods, right?
Right.
They have
It rains in Dubai at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day for a half an hour.
Yeah, well, in my country they admit they do this on a smaller scale by keep making sure the runways are clean, like that the skies above airports are kept clean. They do this using these methods, and they openly say it. It's all scientific.
Yeah.
But if you search so that's the problem.
Yeah, you're right. But they also used malicious chemicals to harm people, and they also use metallic sprayed to block out the sun. I mean,
yeah, that was on ZDF, even on a mainstream German channel, ZDF, and they were showing they were spraying stuff in the air to block sunlight. Yeah,
right.
In an attempt to stop global warming or whatever. This was broadcast.
Well, that was Bill Gates' solution too. Well, block out the sun. No, that was Mr. Burns. Bill Gates wanted to spray shit into the air, and it was barium and sulfur and some other horrible shit.
Yeah, it's barium, sulfur, sulfide, forget the last chemical.
Yeah, but so you're dealing
I-
with the wrong terms, AK. They hijack these terms like chemtrails, and it's the same as with UFOs. They hijack.
man. You got to realize I don't give up. You know, when they say chemtrails aren't real, I usually bring up Operation LAC, the large area coverage, where they were spraying fucking all types of cancer-causing chemicals across Canada and across Texas. I mean, and again, this was happening towards the Cold War, and they did it. They kind of reasoned doing it because, oh well, what if we go to war with the Russians? We need these chemicals to be able to cause them to, die. So let's test it out in our own people,
Of course, weather warfare has always been tested with. This is a powerful weapon. You can use this. So that
Oh,
of
this
course.
isn't
there's
weather
that.
warfare, man. This isn't weather warfare. This is literal just spraying poisonous gas chemicals to cause cancer. It was Operation LAC or Project LAC. I think it was Operation, but anyway. It's Operation Large Area Coverage, and they got caught doing this and spraying dangerous chemicals, causing people to have cancer. And that was the experiment. Will this cause people to have cancer? Well, if it does, this is the weapon we can use against Russia.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're spreading like aluminum and other things in the sky, and it is not obviously not healthy because it's like small
Oh yeah,
particles. But you also have things like HARP, right? And even though like when the word HARP is completely hijacked by certain extreme stories, in Russia there is a similar operation. It's called Sura, SURA. It's the exact same installation, but it exists like 20 years. It already existed, I think, 20 years before HARP even started. So
yeah.
it's the exact
China
same
had
machine.
to. And the
Norway
thing
too.
is, what people need to realize is they use those chemicals spraying aluminum barium sulfide into the sky, and that's all metallics except for sulfide, I believe. So that's all metallics that they're spraying into the air, and then they're using these HARP machines, for lack of a better term. They're using these machines to heat the ionosphere and the stratosphere and what's that other one? I don't remember. Basically, to cause humidity in the atmosphere and stratosphere and ionosphere and all that. So they're trying to create precipitation and create clouds. And that's kind of how the whole HARP system works, is that the HARP is just frequency and it heats the atmosphere or stratosphere or ionosphere, whatever sphere you want to heat, right? They use that machine, but they amplify it by spraying these chemicals in the air of aluminum, barium, and sulfide in the air, and that's how that whole thing works. Now, whether they can control a fucking hurricane or not, I don't know.
That was not the point of it, I think. They say like they can't like start a hurricane out of nowhere, but they can amplify things or steer things.
Right. Well, here's the thing, okay? Because they were years ago. I'm just going to pull up my article on it. I think Project Skyfire is one of them. Project White Top. Project. Did I say Skywater? I don't remember. Anyway, they used all these programs for controlling weather going back into the 50s or 60s. So this has been going on for years. They've done various different experiments, and they had a big oopsie in the I think it was 1980s where they they steered a fucking tornado into a town, and then the town sued in court, and yeah, that was an interesting court case.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up so I can actually give real information on this because I think it's pretty funny. But
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, if you search for different search terms, then suddenly you find there's a lot of scientific material about this already, and it's not a secret at all. It's just like certain keywords are pushed into this corner, and you find the weirdest stories about it, right? And that's done on purpose, I think, that you find that these weird stories are pushed on purpose.
Okay, so I just found this document. I didn't even know this existed. So I just found a 2017 document from the defense government literally stating benign weather modification. I just found that as we were on air. What the fuck? Benign
this
weather
happens, but it's not a big secret either at this point.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
they've manipulated the weather plenty before to make it to essentially inject shit tons of chemicals into the clouds to make it rain.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
used to use dry ice. It's very, like, for me at least, it's very important that it was a quote under William Cohen, who was the U.S. Defense Secretary at the time in 1997. He states that other terrorists are engaging even in an eco-type of terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. So there are plenty of ingenious minds out there that are finding out ways in which they can wreak terror upon other nations. It's real. And that's the reason why we have to intensify our counterterrorism efforts. And in 1947, the U.S. government was interested in attempting to alter large storms under Project Cirrus. Their first attempt to modify a hurricane. Cirrus was a collaboration between General Electric, the U.S. Army, and the Office of Naval Research, as well as the Air Force. They attempted to modify a hurricane in October 13, 1947, on Cape Sable. The storm was heading west to east and out to sea. Then the scientists successfully flew an airplane along the hurricane and dropped nearly 80 pounds of crushed dry ice into the clouds, changing the direction into Georgia instead of the initial target into the Atlantic Ocean. So that's where they screwed up. They screwed up in 1947. The residents of Georgia then sued in lawsuits and blamed the experiment for the storm. Nobel Prize-winning chemist and physicist Irving Langmuir, who worked for General Electric and the project at the time, claimed that he had that the reversal had been caused by human intervention. Despite his statement, the lawsuits were later dropped due to lack of evidence. And Cirrus was subsequently put on the back burner and canceled briefly. They later reopened projects in 1955, I believe, or no. In 1952, they launched another seeding effort, and it was a team of scientists working for the Royal Air Force, RAF, under Operation Cumulus, jokingly called the Operation Witch Doctor, which caused a killer flood in the Devon village of Lynmouth, Britain, that killed 35 people from the rains, from the torrential rains. So, we have examples throughout history where they've caused massive fucking storms and killed people using weather control.
Yeah, so the one I was thinking of specifically was the Beijing Weather Modification Office, which, I heard about it because they were the people commissioned to, clear up any clouds for the 2008 Olympics,
Right.
but they also created a snowstorm in 2009. In 2009, they increased precipitation by Beijing in 2004, and basically caused hailstorms to break up clouds. So
Yeah, well, they used rockets. They put special chemicals on rockets and launched them into the clouds in the atmosphere.
silver iodide, that's what they call it.
Yeah. So, even after the 1961 disaster happened, 14 years after, the Ceres incident, they tried again seeding a hurricane, and they attempted to seed Hurricane Esser, in collaboration with the U.S. Navy, and they flew an aircraft into the storm and dropped 8 cylinders of silver iodide into its eye wall. The scientists recorded the winds and concluded a decrease in the strength by 10%. The next day, more seeding efforts were made. This time, however, the silver iodide didn't fall into the eye wall, and there was no reduction in the speed of the storm. The two results interpreted the experiment as being a success. So, they've done various different seeding efforts for such a long time, and everybody thinks that, oh, this is just beginning and this has just happened. No, this has been going on for frickin' years. Project Ceres, Project Storm Fury, Project.
Yeah, but like Gloria also says, this is not a secret everywhere. I mean, like in Beijing, it's openly done. Like with the Olympics, it was openly done, and like I said, in here too, they do it at airports just to keep the runways clean. They don't want clouds at the runways, and that's like on a smaller scale. But like if you search for the word cloud seeding, you find a lot of about these things, and yeah, you have to.
Well, I just love how they try to make a difference between the word cloud seeding and chemtrails. And the fact is that, we knew all of these cloud seeding operations were going all the way back to the 1960s with, the Vietnam War and the Operation Popeye, where, they wanted to seed clouds to create monsoons and create harder environment to move in the mud to prevent troop movement. And I mean, it's all known. It's just so ridiculous, and it was actually reported by mainstream media. And just as a thing for you, Mark, real quick. A 1964 NASA document literally uses the word chemtrails for geoengineering.
Okay. Yeah, I have a problem with the word chemtrails itself. Like it has these connotations. But yeah, it is chemicals. That's what they're spraying. What else are they spraying? And materials, metals to reflect sunlight or whatever. There's like an extra effect if you do this at a large scale. There's a lot of metals going into the soil, makes it harder to grow plants, except if you use Monsanto, that allows plants to grow in metal-rich soil. Monsanto makes specific products for that. The same.
Take a look at that document I just dropped in there. Rutgers University. This is a document that they have on their website. This is a congressional document. Shitty document from the fuck if I know. The 95th Congress, at least. 1978, it says. Weather program, problem, policy, and potential.
Yeah, can I cut you off there, AK, now? Because I have Rico coming in now. He's already in, and he wants to do a quick report about the whole lawsuit against the Dutch government that happened.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done. I was just pointing out that, there's so much freaking information out there that proves that the weather modification stuff is actually been going on.
Hey, Rico? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
All right. I don't know what you've been talking about already, but I was there in front of the courtroom, talk to the guys, so whatever you want to ask away.
Yeah, I saw you sitting there. I know. Okay, start out with explaining why this lawsuit started exactly in a quick way.
Well, the whole thing started with a curfew being imposed in the Netherlands, and like most new corona measures, that are against our constitution or international treaties and human rights. There's a group of activists that takes that to court through fast procedures. In Dutch, that's kort geding. Dus it's fast proceedings. We had one last week. I was there. I was allowed to stream it. So I was the citizen journalist that made a recording and actually streamed my video and audio to another voice on YouTube channel. And one thing is, oh no, hang on, I was not allowed to stream. I recorded it. Sorry, I messed up here. I was not allowed to stream, but I was allowed to record with video and audio. However, I was not allowed to record the expert witnesses that the state brought in. So this was a legal proceedings against the state of the Netherlands, and their expert witnesses were members of the Dutch variety of the CDC. So they were in their official capacity, they were expert witnesses, so I was not allowed to film them or use their audio.
Which is technically not true, Rico, because this is all public in the Netherlands. Court cases are public, right?
Right. Well, I'm not an expert, but I am a citizen journalist in that room, and to my knowledge, the judge owns the room. So if I don't comply, he says, well, bye-bye.
Yeah, that's yeah, okay. The judge doesn't own the law, to be honest. He can only rule using the law, but he can't just change it randomly. But no, you're right. You're right. She owns the room. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, she owns the room, so she can call security and escort me out if I choose not to comply. I have an option. I agree. I have an option, and my choice is just to report on her rules and the way I'm treated just as much as what's said in court. So, and also whatever was said in court is recorded. I'm just not allowed to publish it. So that's censorship for you there, and I exposed the censorship. So that was nice reporting in itself. So that was last week. Funny thing is, it was a very lengthy procedure. Typically, these court sessions only last an hour. They're only for an emergency measure. I mean, you go through court very fast. But the judge allowed this thing to extend to almost for 3 hours, which is not really, there's not much precedent for that. Now, she ruled on Tuesday morning, and I read on the Dutch media that we won. So curfew was not allowed to go through this night. So last night we were supposed not to have a curfew. I contacted the guys that did the lawsuit immediately, and I'm in contact with them. And one of them was willing to do an interview. I interviewed him. He was happy. We were cheerful. It was not unexpected. And he said, all the mainstream media is now calling me and they're visiting me. So I have a busy day. Well, yeah, we did win from the state and the curfew was lifted. So there's not much precedent on a global scale for this. So mainstream media was banging on his door. He was happily talking to them. That lasted an hour or less. Then I got in contact with the lawyer. So this was the guy from the foundation that does the lawsuits. Stichting Virus Waarheid.
Yeah, Virus Truth. I already said that. Virus Truth.
Virus Truth. So that's just a group of people that take care of these lawsuits. Their lawyer, Jeroen Pols is his name. I wanted to interview him also. And this is all through online, right? So I just call him. I connect to him through Signal app or whatever. And he said, well, they're going to appeal. And this is a extremely fast appeal. Now, our legal system does provide for that, but it is very uncommon to go to a appeal court only a couple of hours later. So the judge ruled at 10 a.m. I did my first interview at 11 a.m. And I was told at 12-ish, I believe, that there was going to be an appeal at 4. So the thing is, this group has also appealed through the same legal instruments on previous rulings that they lost. And they had to wait for weeks and for months for that appeal to be scheduled. Now, when the state makes such appeal, it takes 4 hours, apparently. So I was the first to learn through the Virus Truth group that this appeal was going to take place. And I immediately called the court again and said, well, I'm a citizen journalist. I'd like to be there, please. I'd like to record it, please. And I'd like to stream it also. So that's a triple request, right? I need to be a journalist in the room. I'll bring my camera if you allow me, and I'll stream it even if you allow me to do that. So I called, I believe, I don't know, up to 10 times, 5 minutes apart. It was never answered. The phone did ring, and it was pushed away after it rang for a few times. I also volunteered an email, which was not answered until I learned that the Dutch BBC, the Dutch Broadcasting Corporation, the NOS, in Dutch that is, they were granted the right to stream and record, and I was not. And they said, well, yeah, we can't grant everybody. So either they have a different phone number or they get called. And I'm okay with the big Dutch company making the recording, and they have better cameras than I do. But I'm not okay with that being an argument denying me access to the court. So I was not allowed in, I was not allowed to film. And off I went to The Hague, where this court is, and I talked to the people from Virus Truth in front of the court, asked them what was going on, did a little interview there, and they just yesterday afternoon were, so this, I'm unsure how that took place, so this is just how I perceived it. Just yesterday, another lawyer contacted them and said, well, I've been looking into what's happening now, and I found a jurisprudence, I found a reference of some other stuff. Maybe I can help. Yeah, sure. So join us, be in our legal team, and join us into the courtroom, and you can make that point there. He was not allowed in also. So off we went to the front desk, 3 people of Virus Truth, so 2 lawyers and Willem Engel, the activist, so those 3 people that were going to be allowed in, and the other lawyer and me, so a party of 5. Now, desk clerk was already aware of what was going on, so we were denied beforehand entry. Me as a journalist, I was not going to be allowed in, and the other lawyer was not going to be allowed in also, even though Virus Truth said, well, I mean, he's on our legal team. He needs to be on our defense. Well, no, he's not. He's not going to go. He was not allowed in. So then 4 o'clock approached, and the guys went in, and I went, well, this is going to take maybe, I don't know, for hours. So I went home and edited my video stuff to put it online. I'm in my car. I get called. Now, Mark, you have to help me here, because first thing that was told to people watching the live stream is Jeroen Pols, one of the lawyers, is kicked out of the courtroom. So I was just driving home, right? This escalated quickly. I mean, it was like 10 minutes in, or maybe even less. Jeroen Pols was kicked out of court. The funny thing is, and I had to laugh in the car when I heard this. So I'm standing there in the lobby trying to get in with them, with just the 5 of us. And I say to Jeroen, you're the flamboyant lawyer. People see your emotion and your passion, but maybe not today. Maybe today you be businesslike, right? I mean, you have a solid case. Just prove your point and try to restrain your emotion. And I'm in the car, and he was kicked out of the room in 10 minutes already. Now, he wasn't kicked out. He was threatened to be kicked out by the president of the court. Reason being that he objected to the Dutch media streaming this and independent journalists not being allowed in. He was not allowed to make that point. Judge said, well, no, I'm not going to give you the microphone. The other guy in your party, he is the official person to address this court, so you have to shut up. And he went on objecting, and she said, well, one more word, I'm going to kick you out. Then what happens is that the 3 of them in court look at each other and go, okay, we are going to not accept this court. So I don't know how to translate it. In Dutch it's wraking. Maybe Mark, what does wraking mean in your words?
That's like, okay, so you, I think it's called rebuke in English. I'm not sure. Challenge, like you don't accept this judge to be capable of ruling over this case, so you ask for another judge, pretty much.
Excellent. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Rebuke would work for that.
Yeah.
So I don't know the word rebuke, but challenge sounds great, and I think it's rebuke. So yeah, what you do is the court's adjourned, and another group of judges is called, and they have to decide whether the first group of judges is impartial or not. That's the thing. Typically, this would take a couple of days, but yeah, we're at 4:00 in the afternoon. There's a curfew that is not going through at 9 p.m. So time's wasted, and it's now 4:30 ish, and they are doing the rebuke thing immediately. And I'm going to use the word rebuke, even though I don't know if that's accurate, but let's use that word. You know what I mean. Immediately, a rebuke chamber is organized, so judges apparently are called in. So this is literally what was said to me when I was driving home. One of the judges had wet hair, so I'm assuming they were dragged out of the shower or something. They were in a hurry. So there was a rebuke chamber, and the Virus Truth group was allowed to make their point. The rebuke chamber decided that the first group of judges was not to be considered impartial, so that the original court session should proceed. I'm assuming it's 5 or 6 or 7 p.m. then, and I'm doing another interview. I'm not watching this on the live stream, but I have heard people that have been watching this, and I have seen the ruling, and the judge, in my words, said, oh no, there's another thing that's important. So here's a court session that was called within hours, right? So you win a court case, then there's an appeal, and you do not have any opportunity to prepare for that. The consequence of that is that you cannot have a substantial debate. You can only ask a judge if the ruling followed the rules. You cannot present new evidence and such in this super fast track proceeding. So here they are in their super fast appeal case, and in walks the chief of the Dutch Center of Disease Control. He presents evidence. He's talking. He's talking virus control. He's talking outbreak. He's talking the British variant, the mutation. He's talking all those substantial things. He was prepared. And then on the other side of the aisle is the Virus Truth group that goes, well, we weren't supposed to do any. I mean, we weren't able to prepare for any defense or whatever. They were allowed a few questions to this Anthony Fauci kind of guy in the Netherlands. Jaap van Dissel is his name, but not too many. And I would argue that that's a mistrial right there, because again, just like with the press, I was not allowed in, and the Dutch NOS was allowed in. Here you have the state that is allowed to present expert witness, and the defense that is not allowed to present an expert witness. The judge ruled the way I interpret it as follows. She said, well, we could lift the curfew. However, if we did that, and the real appeal case, which is Friday at 10 a.m., in the real appeal case, maybe the curfew is reinstated, then we would get some kind of a yo-yo effect. So we would stop doing the curfew today, and then we reinstate it on Friday. So that is a valid argument, the judge said, to keep the curfew for a few days. I mean, it's only 3 days, and then decide, substantiated. No, it's not even Friday, because they're not going to rule on Friday. But it's going to be presented in the appeal case on Friday. They're probably going to decide if the curfew is going to go through or not. Now, this morning, our Minister of Justice has already presented a new emergency law to Parliament.
Yeah, so they're expecting they might lose the appeal, and but they want to like stretch it until this new emergency law is there, and then keep it. Right?
Exactly. Now the funny thing is, I was doing a live broadcast yesterday with a researcher, Edzard Ravelli is his name, and he's been doing Corona weather forecasts, and it's tongue in cheek, so it's fun, it's good humor, and we did it live during the curfew, so he had to drive home when it was illegal, And he says, well, the biggest influencer for viruses such as coronas to spread is the humidity in the air. And the real humidity, so not the relative one with the percentages, but the amount of water per kilo air. So if the amount of water per kilo air is under 6 grams, that's when viruses that spread through air are most happy. So corona and influenza, for instance. And he says, well, we're coming out of a very dry period. We had snow, we had frost in the Netherlands. So, it's only logical to assume that we will see a slight increase in people falling ill to diseases like corona and influenza. He does a weather forecast based on the humidity of the air. He was born and raised in Curaçao, which is one of the islands off the coast of South America. On Curaçao, which is one of the Dutch or former Dutch islands, there is also a curfew, has been for weeks or even months. And he says there has been no corona at all on that island. At all. No, there is no coronavirus on that island. People get tested, there are no positive tests. Well, 2. However, they fall into the margin of error of the PCR test, and there are no people sick in hospital. So corona has left the island. Curfew is still not lifted. So if you want to know where the Dutch curfew is going, he says Curaçao, my former island, it's just it's a sandground, a playground. What sandbox? That's the word. It's a sandbox for Dutch policies. They've imposed curfew there. People are accepting it, so now it's being rolled out in the Netherlands.
Playground is a pretty good word.
Yeah. So here's my report, guys. What do you think? Are we the the banana republic of the world now?
Well, you got a fair chance at least. This judge, I've seen the case. I've seen the whole video, and she did seem open at least to listen this time. She seemed very impressed with what Jeroen was telling her, his whole plea. And he was I thought he was very capable. I mean, actually, I asked my dad to come over here and we watched it together. I wanted to have his interpretation because he's not into like the whole activism stuff. So it was healthy for me to get his view on it. And I was very impressed by it. I mean, he was very fast, Jeroen. He cited all these human rights laws and these different agreements. And I saw the judge was even impressed by it, right? I saw that lawyer sitting there. Obviously, it was like another lawyer, right, sitting next to him. Or the guy.
So I'll describe how that went, at least for you, Mark, because this is a Dutch thing. So the Virus Truth Group is a citizen organization, and its chairman is Willem Engel. That's the guy with the dreadlocks. But he studied molecular biology, so he's also not knowledgeable in the area of coronaviruses. So he's the activist, that's his group. On different cases, Willem Engel and Jeroen Pols have already tried against the state. So they're veterans. They know how that works, taking the state to court. So they know each other even before Corona existed. Now, Jeroen Pols has studied law. However, he is not a practicing lawyer. He's not registered on the bar. Is that the word in the United States?
Yeah. So in other words, these other lawyer sitting next to him, he does like the procedures, right? He just like delivers the papers, and Jeroen gives like the pleas and everything.
You need to have a registered lawyer present, otherwise you're allowed to present your case. So Gerben van de Corporate, he's the official lawyer, he does the official stuff, but Jeroen does the speaking. Yeah. Was that a question? No. The thing is, why is Jeroen not a lawyer? I asked him, and there's two varieties of answers. One is he's, and I didn't ask him. I'll ask him next time. Maybe if you don't have a declaration of good behavior, een verklaring van goed gedrag, and that implies that you don't have a criminal record, maybe that's a prerequisite if you want to be a practicing lawyer in the Netherlands. I don't know, and that might be the situation with him. That might limit him from being a practicing lawyer. I'm not sure about that. But I asked him, and he said, "Well, no. Thing is, I wanted to register as lawyer, but if you do that, you also have to volunteer the tariffs, the amount of money that you bill your customers." And I said, "Well, 80 euros an hour sounds reasonable." But in the Netherlands, if you hire a lawyer, it's always €200 an hour. So his tariffs were too low, and according to him, that was one of the reasons he was not allowed to be registered as a practicing lawyer. Whatever, he is not. So Gerben does the official stuff, Jeroen does the talking.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's nice for me to know that it's not only in the U.S. where lawyers charge an arm and a leg. I mean, but fuck, only 200? Jesus. I mean, I paid 1,500 an hour for a lawyer. Like,
No, that is a little too much. That you don't pay that much in here. If you're corporate, perhaps, but I don't know.
Oh, so you are correct. So the starting tariffs would be 200, I suppose. Maybe 150, 200. That would be the El Cheapo lawyers. But Jeroen wanted to do his work for half. So that was one of the reasons that he didn't get registered. According to him, this is what he told me. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's lawyers out there for 1,000 an hour, 1,500 an hour here as well. But yeah, state. I'm pretty sure the state lawyer is on a healthy paycheck.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, Jeroen was like very capable. I was very impressed by it, and the judge was too. I saw that. So, and I expected him to win too. But yeah, and then immediately it gets overruled, right? I've seen all the articles about it. Immediately they stop it. Like it was literally like today, like all the media said, yeah, curfew stopped. Judge's rule against the Dutch state, all positive. And then, like you said, like 1 hour later, like higher court overrules the judge. Judge is stopped. Dutch state continues. Like nothing happened.
We have to be exact here. So what was ruled yesterday evening is that the quick procedure verdict of yesterday morning is not effectuated immediately. So the ruling stands. The curfew is lifted. However, it is allowed to. It's like Julian Assange still being in jail.
Yeah,
I mean,
I said that too.
same thing. He's not to be extradited, but we're going to keep him anyway because it's going to be an appeal. That's what happened here today.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to walk my dog. She's waiting for me. Bye.
Thanks, Rico.
Bye.
thanks for the update.
Yeah, I wanted to really give the update real fast. He was there in the
great.
courthouse the whole time. I mean, I saw him sitting there. So, recording everything, which is necessary. I mean, we technically we have like an open justice system, and all these court cases are public, so to speak. But for some reason, yeah, they didn't arrange the stream for it, and this judge said like, yeah, it was too late. We had like not enough time or whatever. Yeah, but it's supposed to be public.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what allowed us to like at least like judge, like look at them and see what they're saying and judge, like, are they following the procedures? Are they giving an equal chance to both sides? And yeah, but it's really going tough, and they're not giving up, these Fire Truth people, and there's a lot of support and a lot of support coming in from people. People get tired of it, right? Like I said, like. You can ask people like voluntarily to like wear a mask or keep distance or do things, and voluntarily they will probably all do it too. Like just because they're not bad people, they just want to like, okay, we maybe we don't even completely believe it, but just to be sure we'll do it to help like the older people or something. But forcing it on people is a different story. Especially when I think it's like 2 out of 5 businesses in Amsterdam is now like dying. Like that's all going to be bankrupt soon. And that's just a lot. You're talking about a huge city, and that's just Amsterdam, and everything is going bankrupt. And there is a little delay because the what is it, like the Dutch IRS is giving them some delay on like paying their taxes. There are some small funds to help them out and stuff, right? So they can survive a little longer. But yeah, if they get $1,000 a month just to like pay their rent or whatever, they're not going to save their business with it, and it's very sad. Yeah.
Well, that's the issue with like the whole stimulus stuff, even here in the U.S. I mean, it's needed in some sense, but a lot of people are taking advantage of it, and there's no like oversight of that. So, yeah, it's needed somewhat for like the PPA or PP. I forget what it is. Post-pandemic loan. I don't know. It's for businesses. There's loans for businesses. I don't remember what it is. It's like PP something. But the government has these loans, and you can get a business loan. But a lot of people are taking advantage of it, and a lot of big companies are taking advantage of it. And again, that money plus the stimulus money, it all adds up, and it devalues the dollar very, very fast. As we discussed earlier, you remember how you said that the dollar was dying, or what was the word you exactly said, Mark?
Yeah, I know. I said like fiat currencies are collapsing, so that's why they're so obsessed with resources now.
Collapsing. That's the word. Yeah, I mean, fiat currencies are collapsing, and you see a lot of big companies are now putting their money into Bitcoin because it has a set amount of coins that will ever be created, and its inflation rate is predictable, and you see all these big companies, Tesla. There's talks that Apple's going to get involved. There's talks that Oracle is going to get involved. It's very interesting. Oracle, Larry Sanger knows Elon Musk, so that's a possibility. It's a high possibility that Oracle is about to buy.
Yeah, but you also have to understand it already happened, right? It's already happening, but you just don't see it yet because they're now keeping the oil prices artificially low by having that whole lockdown thing, saying people drive less, so the oil prices are lower because there's less oil sold. But the second you end that whole lockdown and it becomes visible how much the currency actually deteriorated, the currency value, that the oil is suddenly going to spike like twice or three times the price it is now, and then you see what happened actually. So that's you're going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious what's going on, and also the price of meat going up, and price of steel and wood and everything just going up. As the dollar goes down in value, the price of materials and everything is going to go up in value because it's going to get more expensive because your dollar is now worth less purchasing power. So, I mean.
Yeah, that's crucial for people to understand that the price of these products are not going up; it's the dollar going down.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, the price. Well, that's hard.
Something if there's real scarcity, it goes up. But if you talk about coffee, for example, that price is not going up. You can grow coffee anywhere. The price is not going up. The dollar value is going down.
The labor cost of it. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. The cost of it's not going up. It's the actual purchasing power of the dollar is going down, so therefore they have to increase the price on a product to what I'm looking for, outweigh the dollar's falling price.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so if you pay a wage to people, and your dollar is less, and let's say you grow it in some South American country, and You have to pay them in dollars. You have an exchange rate with another currency. You have to pay more dollars now for the exchange with the other currency, for example.
Right.
And also your dollars buy less in that country. I mean, you can buy less food, so you have to pay them more, and it becomes like more expensive, so to speak. But the product itself is not more expensive. Your currency is dropping, and it will go on and on as you inject more money into the system. Like you print more dollars, it becomes worth less. It's that easy.
And Bitcoin is just eating the world. We are at showtime. At showtime, we are now at $50,000, 860. We just hit a new all-time high.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you got lucky. You got lucky that the eurozone is also increasing the money supply. So you're not directly noticing it yet, because those are like big trade partners. But you will notice it compared to other countries that are not directly trading. If you look at Norway or Switzerland, for example, if you look at those rates, then you will see it. Or New Zealand, perhaps too.
Yeah, and bringing up what you just brought up about trade, I mean, China has just toppled the U.S. as the EU's top trade partner over 2020, according to data, and that's very significant. And the reason why that's so significant is it's the Chinese taking over the trade market now in Europe. That's huge. That is freaking huge. What the Chinese are doing, and they've been doing for years, is they're setting themselves up to be the next world reserve currency. Even though all the other countries are not going to accept it, they're not going to have a choice. And I have pretty reliable information that the Chinese are going to back their new reserve currency with gold that they've been buying since 2009, I think.
That's shortly after the big crash in 2008, right? Started buying gold in massive numbers. It's been going up ever since. And
the Chinese have been buying gold stores over here in the U.S. They've been buying large gold
and deposits
stock.
in Africa too. They exchange it for these loans to these African countries. That's what they do too. But the U.S. Unlimitedly increases its national debt and borrows more money, and the only way to do that is to literally conquer areas of the world to use as collateral. Like, you conquer the Iraq area for oil, and you use the oil as collateral to borrow more money from banks and say, like, in the future the exploitation of this oil is going to repay you, so we can borrow more from you. And same as the lithium in the Afghanistan mountains. You invade Afghanistan, it has 3 trillion of lithium in the mountains. I mean, this is a public, and then you say, like, yeah, when we extract this, we have 3 trillion to pay you back, so we can borrow this money from you now.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's 100% true, and it's ridiculous. But yeah, you're right. That's what they do.
Yeah. This is the U.S. That's why the U.S. empire is continuously gathering resources, conquering the countries with resources. They're aiming at Venezuela now as like the largest or second largest oil deposits in the world. They want that because that's the collateral, and it allows them to borrow thousands and thousands of new billions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that collateral is just, that's the real value. Yeah, it's the real tangible value. And it's just like when you go to a bank and you say, like, I want to borrow money. Yeah, what do you have as collateral? Yeah, I have this house, or I have this property, right? Or I have these 1,000 tons of gold, and you can borrow me this money.
What's ridiculous about that? The bank asks you for collateral, right? But the banks themselves do not have all of everyone's money. So,
No, they don't. I think they're only required to keep like 10% of it or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's something really ridiculously low. But if you try to withdraw your whole entire account, you can't. up to a certain amount of money. I forget what it is. But
It's whatever the reserve requirement is or some shit like that.
I don't remember 100%. I've been basically out of banks for the past couple of years. I only have maybe maximum $1,500 in the bank. I mean, I've literally avoided banks. There's no reason to put my money in the banks. I mean, here's the thing: banks, the interest rate is so freaking low. It's ridiculous. It's 0.050% for one bank, and then I saw another bank. It was oh, we'll give you 1% a year. It's well, that's not fucking worth it. I can make way more in crypto. No, fuck off. There's no reason to keep my money. I would rather keep my money in volatile crypto and have it go way up to the sky, and take that risk than keep it in a bank. I don't know. I've just been living off of crypto and whatever for 4 years, 2017, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, well, you got
4 years.
lucky with that, but there's a lot of people who aren't so lucky with that, and
Well, that's the thing, man. They could go and start a Steemit account. You started getting, or not Steemit, but use Hive, Hive.blog. There's so many ways you can make crypto online now. You can make crypto reading a freaking article and publish 0x. I mean,
yeah,
you
I
can
use
make
the Hive stuff. I donate it. I don't keep it. But I know it's very easy to make that. But the thing on a large scale, we're all going to lose from this. Our society is collapsing in that sense, and the people who are pretending to take us out of it are the people who caused it. That's the worst thing.
well, okay, so
The
in
people
regards
who-
to crypto,
The people who want to abolish the banking system and say the fiat currency system is corrupted. Those are the same people who abused this system and destroyed it. Those are these people.
well, yeah, I agree with you, but the thing is, it's an even playing field. That's what it's about. It's about evening the playing field between, Venezuelans have been using cryptocurrency to survive. Without crypto, they would not be able to survive over there because of the mass devaluation of the bolivar. Oh my god, fuck. Went down 90%. I saw one day. I was holy shit. So, and at the same time, while the dollar is going down in value, all these other currencies are going down in value that are third world countries that depend on the dollar because everything's pegged to the frickin' dollar. So, here's the kind of situation we're in, right? So we either allow, crypto to take over the system of the financial system, or they're going to ban cryptocurrency and probably cause mass riots. And on top of that, the whole entire system's going to collapse. And then they will introduce their digital solution and back it by gold or whatever the fuck they're going to do. I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, you're right. You're right. Bitcoin is literally a siphon for fiat. It's like a vacuum cleaner. It's just a giant vacuum cleaner for fiat, and it's just sucking up all the world's money.
Yeah. Okay. When the markets are collapsing, they're looking for alternatives and they're jumping in. In Bitcoin in this case. Now in the past it was always silver or gold, right? That's what you do.
Yeah, and I do agree with you that the people who aren't in gold, Bitcoin, or something of that nature, they're going to have a very hard time surviving because as the dollar goes down in value, you're not going to have anything of value to exchange, and your dollar is going to be worthless. So, buy Bitcoin. That's all I got to say. Put $50 into Bitcoin now, Like, okay, here's a true story. I put $500 into Bitcoin when it was like fucking March of last year after the crash, right? And that's only $500, and it's now worth 5,000. It went parabolic. So I mean, you putting a little bit of money into Bitcoin each week or whatever you can put in, I mean, it'll pay off. There's only 21 million, and there's way more billionaires in the world of millionaires, and they can't all buy one full Bitcoin.
Let me look at this chat, what these people are saying.
Probably about me being so pro crypto.
There's nothing new there.
Oh my God, we're up to 51,000.
Yeah, it goes up and up, I know. Yeah, people talking about like major food banks lineups. Yeah, this is the effect. It's not like there's a shortage of food, by the way. It's just like people being fucked over.
Yeah, society is collapsing, and that's what people need to realize. Society is 100% collapsing, and the way to survive this is literally crypto. Being able to make crypto online, using that crypto, you can. I've done it myself for years. Using that crypto, you can use that cryptocurrency to buy gift cards for any fucking thing that you need. Literally anything you need. You could use it even to buy products on Amazon if you really want through.
Okay, the alternative is if you don't have those options. Some people don't have that option. You can also go into like necessities and stuff. There are some things which are always necessary during any crisis, right?
Everybody has the option to earn crypto. That's the thing. Like, you can earn Bitcoin by so many different ways, man. Like, you can use the Lolly app and earn for buying just normal products. You'll earn back Bitcoin. It's like a, like rewards program type of thing. You earn back crypto. You can earn crypto for doing surveys, similar to like years ago how you could use Amazon MTurk to make money. There's all types of ways to fucking make money online, and legitimate ways. And you just have to adapt and learn and try to make money online in this type of situation. I mean, it is we're where we're at, and you just have to adapt and don't give up and look for ways to survive.
Okay, so what other things did we not discuss yet then?
Actually, I was going to say the one big thing that we did not discuss that I thought was kind of funny because we started with it and we didn't actually discuss was the whole pre-crime thing in Florida. And Lori knows more about that, so go ahead.
So basically, what happened was after the Capitol Hill quote-unquote insurrection, a bunch of people were looking for activists involved in the event to arrest, but instead, what happened is they ended up arresting a man, Daniel Baker, in Tallahassee, who's not on the right. He's actually pretty much on the left. He's been to Black Lives Matter rallies. He also went to he also went to Chaz. He took a road trip to Chaz from Florida, and the article about it just says FBI agents who had been monitoring Baker's social media posts since October described him as being quote-unquote on a path towards radicalization. Because they cataloged... Yeah.
Go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, Because on Facebook, he was saying that he's willing to do anything to anyone so he won't end up homeless or hungry again. And then he also says he quote unquote hopes that the right tries a coup on November 3rd because I'm so fucking down to slay enemies again. And because of that, they basically inferred that he was on a path towards radicalization and arrested him because of the potential for him to commit violent crimes.
All right, my question here is, if you guys are going to do that to potential extremists, right, I would like to see you do the same thing to potential pedophiles, because there's a lot of them on Facebook and Twitter, and they're openly fucking sharing these images and videos of kids, and, that's not even pre-crime. That's fucking crime! How about we put the resources to actual crime? Pre-crime,
Well, in our government, the pedophiles get fucking rewarded. Never mind that, even on the note of violence, like, if you break a couple window, you're gonna get swept up quick, but you commit war crimes in Syria, you starve a whole nation via sanctions, CIA torture programs, like other violence, they reward you for that shit. Meanwhile, with this, if you have the potential to commit a crime, so this is Bill Barr's baby, because during the Trump administration, that was when they really coined the term kind of pre-crime, a pre-crime division within the Department of Justice and within this administration to get people before they commit crimes, because the potential of committing violent extremism is what they want to track down, rather than going after the extremists in, I don't know, the CIA.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as going after pedophiles and everything goes, I mean, we can't dedicate the resources to go after pedophiles. We might accidentally snag a politician.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. I mean, it's the truth. I mean,
Yeah,
you might catch a president with that.
Yeah. But the concept of pre-crime. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The concept of pre-crime, like before you committed the crime, you're already prosecuted or being hunted down, right? It's like that's the Orwellian thing of thought crime.
well, yeah, no, she's 100% right. That was Bill Barr's baby. That was literally what he did. With his time in the DOJ, he created an agency for pre-crime.
Yeah.
And it's just fucking mind-blowing. All these idiots on the internet, trust the plan, trust the plan. He fucking appointed Bill Barr, the guy who covered up for the CIA. He covered up for Promise Software. He covered up for BNL. He covered up for BCCI. He covered up for the MK Ultra Commission. What was it? Not Warren Commission. It was where's Steve when I need him? Fuck.
Speaking of the Warren Commission, though, he literally fucking choked on releasing the JFK files. Like, where was he on that? Trust the plan, trust the plan. The dude had fucking Mike Pompeo fourth in line for presidency for his whole administration. Drain the swamp. Bitch, the swamp is in your fucking administration.
Yeah, the whole swamp was literally Trump's administration. It's like, trust Jeff Sessions, trust Mike Pompeo, trust fucking Bill Barr. Who the fuck would trust Bill Barr, number one? I mean, Trump appointed everyone. Literally fucking John Bolton. He appointed John Bolton. Trust the plan. I don't like that plan. Like, John Bolton, he wanted to fucking bomb Iran. I mean, come on. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah. He spent the whole Republican primary rallying against the Bushes and their war in Iraq, only to turn around and nominate John Bolton to his cabinet.
Who was under the Bush administration, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking ridiculous. And, now we have a pre-crime organization under the fucking DOJ. What the fuck? And nobody Nobody has said a word about it. It was literally like, I think it was literally like the last couple months that Bill Barr was in office that he even did this. Which,
Mhm.
again, it just shows what a sneaky snake he is.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the worst things that were done by these administrations were done in silence because they want to keep that shit hidden. It's like QAnon did a great ass job at pacifying the people who would normally be resistant to Operation Warp Speed and to getting them to trust the plan. Trust the plan. Okay, you want to trust Operation Warp Speed? Go ahead. See where that gets you.
Well, Operation Warp Speed was the vaccine agenda thing that, with the military giving out a vaccine, forced vaccine or something like that. I'm pretty sure that was under Trump, but he signed basically saying that he was going to try to get the vaccine out as quick as possible and then use the military to deploy it. But that never fully happened. I mean, like, the vaccine was created, yes, but they didn't use the military to deploy it. I think if Trump would have done that, it would have been, the media would have been all over him. But if Biden does it, media's just not going to say anything. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Biden, like, his politics, right, would be considered right wing in another country, in Europe, right? But
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Mark said that before. But like, Biden does things in secret. Trump did things in the open. We're just like so fucked.
Yeah, oh man. And especially with this new wave of censorship coming, like, you have all these idiots screaming about, yeah, we stopped fascism. Meanwhile, me and Steve are getting fucking QAnon context warnings, and half of YouTube is getting demonetized, and everybody's being censored and gatekept.
Well, in general, YouTube could never keep up paying for everybody. Like, said they have to just demonetize people randomly because there's too many content creators now.
Well, they choose
So-
the politically, the people they don't agree with politically, then, right?
Yeah. Right. Because their model, like, it's really flawed for, it's only ads. And after the whole adpocalypse thing where the ad companies stopped, a lot of them stopped supporting YouTube because of various reasons of racial videos and suggestive like child videos and stuff like that. I mean, like, after that whole thing happened to YouTube, they lost a lot of fucking ad revenue and they never got it back. It all went to like Hulu and other alternatives. So, I mean, YouTube is really. I'm not saying that they don't have money to pay creators, but they've lost a lot of the money that they did have to pay creators. And it's gone down. So, I mean, some of these big creators are getting more money than the smaller creators now. Now the smaller creators, I know one guy said he had like 10,000 subscribers and he's like getting less than 1,000 views, and he's literally making like less than a couple dollars a month.
Yeah, that sounds like fucking YouTube.
Yeah, you used to be able to make a lot of money on YouTube when it first started out. There was people getting fucking rich overnight on YouTube, literally. But again, now there's more competition. There's more people on there. A lot more people know about YouTube than they did years ago. Years ago, it was kind of like an underground club at first, until Google bought it. Then it became more mainstream. Before Google bought it, YouTube was way, way, way different. And a lot of the content didn't get removed. I mean, you could literally upload anything you wanted to a certain degree. but opinions weren't silenced. I mean, and now opinions are silenced. Politics. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't completely agree with that ad story you had, because YouTube doesn't pay like the full amount of ads. They pay like, what is it, like 50% or 60% of the AdSense on it.
Right.
So they don't have to like pay the pay a certain amount. They make money off those ads, right?
Oh, you're right. But they were making way more money off of ads than they are now. Because a lot of the big advertisers that they had these big advertisement deals with big name companies like Coca-Cola and others that they don't have anymore. No, it's a lot more independent advertising now. I'll say that. Like, everybody's YouTube ads are fucking different, but I'll tell you what I get flooded with the most: courses. Fucking make money online courses. And I know the reason why, because all I've been watching is like crypto content. So, if you're watching just crypto content, it's just gonna put you into a bubble of make money online courses with fucking Amazon, or make money online with blah 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 blah. And that's how YouTube works. It works like algorithm based. Whatever you're watching, it tries to feed you ads for things you like. Like, I watched a whole bunch of cat videos, and I started getting fucking cat food goddamn advertisements. Like, Jesus, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of big name advertisers that YouTube had before. They used to have big names, and now a lot of those big names walked away from YouTube when they said, "Oh, well, we can't control what content your ads are on." They don't have that system in place. It's not built that way, and it would cost them, millions of dollars to rebuild it that way, and then port all of the data that they have. So rather than do that, they just keep the current system.
Okay. Yeah. So next to demonetizing, they also stop certain content from populating. They like shadow ban it, so to speak. They add like specific little tags in the code, and you can actually find these tags. And I think it was actually like PewDiePie who uncovered this. This was actually funny because there were like these 3 little codes they add to it, and people were like digging into these numbers. What do these numbers mean? And you have like the number like sexual content or sexually suggestive content.
Can you find me that? I'm just kind of curious on that. Like, I would love to see that.
I'll post it in the chat. And but there's also one little number, and that literally says that it is a politically what was it called? Like, yeah, that is. I have to search for it. That is a political speech that's not allowed, pretty much, right? Forgot the term he used for it, but like, yeah.
Lügenpresse.
Yeah, Lügenpresse. Yeah.
That's basically fucking it, man. It's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I can't believe how, like, society has fallen so deep into this censorship hole. It's like, we're not, and those of us who are just like clawing, we're just holding on to the fucking top of the hole to fall in. I mean, it's like there's literally fucking nothing we can do besides build alternatives, and even then, these big name social media companies, they've decided where they're going to go, and I mean, to change this is going to take a hell of a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, it is. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, you know how it started. Like, they started with that whole anti-hate speech, anti-terrorism.
Oh yeah.
And it moved into like anti-certain political opinions, which were close to like that hate speech. Like, at first they started like banning the nationalists who were also kind of racist, right? And then because the nationalists were attached to those people too. They started banning those people too, and like Alex Jones and these people were completely removed. And the people on the other side were cheering it on. So
Alex Jones is banned, and then fucking
Yes!
start banning them.
We
And
finally
I
got
said,
Trump off Twitter.
yeah, they were
Yeah,
all
I
happy
said
about
it.
it. You remove a fucking president from Twitter. That's not possible. Like that's literally not possible. You can't do that.
they did it, and the thing is, like, Facebook first like limited him and then fully banned him, and I was like, oh fuck, that's gonna cause problems. But I mean,
Yeah, well, and it started because Twitter was fact checking his tweets, saying, "Oh, official sources discredit this narrative," and now it's ended up to where it is, where he's just yeeted off Twitter completely.
well, I mean, Trump is a fucking idiot. I'm not gonna like try and defend that, but I mean, yeah, it was just ridiculous. It was just absolutely insane because it was the fact checking thing on Twitter was literally implemented for Trump. It was literally implemented just for him.
Yeah, but listen, idiot or not, this guy was elected by, what was it, 63 million people in a country, right? He was democratically elected. He can be an idiot all he wants. He was elected to be a president. Like, you can't
But
be like
his
a...
competition was fucking Hillary. I mean, anybody gonna vote for Hillary? Most people fucking no. Most people who actually know Hillary Clinton are not going to vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm sorry. Like, and I hate this fucking argument that Hillary was the lesser of evil. No, she wasn't.
Oh, no.
You don't know fucking how evil Hillary Clinton is. That's the thing. Like, you have no idea the scandals and everything that happened with the Clintons when they were in the White House, and the scandals in Arkansas, and like, oh my god, scandals literally follow the Clintons around like a dog.
The Clinton Foundation in Haiti, the open slave markets in Libya now, like, yeah, go tell one of them how Hillary is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, exactly.
Or go dig up Ambassador Stephen. Ask him.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that was because the CIA was smuggling weapons into Libya. If anybody doesn't realize that by now.
Yeah, of course. But at the moment Gaddafi wants to switch to an African dinar based on gold, and wants to step away from American dollars, America's going to invade. Simple as that. They want...
Yeah.
Yeah. Same with look, this,
With our don't fuck with our reserve currency. You do it.
this the Americans created the Baath Party in Iraq too with Saddam Hussein. I mean, the CIA provided a list of 6,000 communist figures in Iraq back then, a kill list. 5,000 of those 6,000 were murdered by the Baath Party under Saddam. And Saddam was back then a CIA asset. So later on, when the Baath Party is no longer useful against the Iranians, they're going to take care of the Baath Party. Like,
Well, I mean, the CIA literally, the CIA literally gave explosives to, they gave explosives to Iraqis to bomb Iran, and then blame the Iranians for a plot against their own government.
yeah,
It's right out of the fucking CIA.
Yeah,
yeah. Well,
that sounds exactly like something the CIA would do.
yeah, and Iraq was before the Baath Party was a communist region. Weird to say, but it was very close to Tito's Yugoslavia, which was not a desired communist regime. This is not like the Stalinist communist regime. This was Josip Broz Tito's regime in Yugoslavia. Was completely different than other communist regimes, in the sense that he competed on the capitalist market, but instead of being purely capitalist, he gave every employee of factories an equal share in the factory. So they all profited from the factory's benefits, right? That was kind of his system. And that's why the Americans tried to murder him 28 times, and Stalin tried to murder him 61 times. So
God, that guy's like fucking Iron Man.
yeah, he was hunted by both the Americans and by the Russians. He was like, there you can see like
Jesus.
the true Cold War playing out, right? Where the Americans and Russians pretend to be enemies. In the meantime, they hunt the real enemy together, right? And the attacks against Tito only stopped when he sent a message back to Stalin saying like, stop sending your murderers, because the next time we catch one, I'm going to send one to you, and he will be successful the first time. Is what he sent to Stalin. Yeah, it's what he openly said. He sent a letter to Stalin, and that's what, after that the murder attempt stopped actually. So this guy was a pretty savage guy, but the thing is, he has been digging tunnels in Iraq together with the local government back then there, escape tunnels, and it was done by Tito's army. And this is not very well known, but the communists had their hands on that region, and they were all taken out by the Americans when Americans brought Saddam in, creating the Baath Party. And yeah, so in the chat says Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. No, Tito died in 1980, in the 1980s, and after he died, the NATO balkanized the region and made three different population groups fight with each other. The Croatians, the Serbs, and the Bosnians, and they made them fight each other, and that ended in a huge genocide, right? And that is what happened there. And it was only happened after Tito died. He didn't die because he was murdered. He died a natural death, and after that the country collapsed. They had like a huge national burial, and all these big celebrities and presidents. It was actually Queen Elizabeth who like literally went on her knees at that funeral. That's how much respect he had internationally, that guy, which is weird to be honest. When he died, they were all respectful, and when he was alive, they all tried to kill him, right? Yeah, I was still kind of loved by his local people. It was not. I'm not saying that this was like a great person. He was fucked up like the rest of them, but I mean, he was hated by the rest of the establishment. Okay, and yeah, and they broke up Yugoslavia, made them kill each other, and eventually the Serbs overran everything, murdered 8,000 civilians in Srebrenica. Years and years later, Mladic, Kardic were all arrested, put on trial here in my country in the court in The Hague, are all locked up, imprisoned for life. That's pretty much it. But that took like a decade or more to even establish. I think 2 decades to even establish that. So these people cause so much problems in the world. It was NATO doing that, by the way. It was all NATO balkanizing the region. Yeah. They didn't like Yugoslavia. It was the third most powerful army in Europe. It was a threat to France and Germany, etc. So it was I think the only attempt to independent communism ever tried worldwide. It was not part of like the Chinese Maoism or Russian the Russian version of that.
Yeah, you know way more about that history than I do.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I do know a lot about it because
You were alive back then? Jesus!
No, I can't. I know a lot about that. Yeah, I know. So there's more that happened there. I mean, Western countries, NATO armies weren't so willing to go there to protect the civilians under UN banner, They were scared of the Serbs because the Serbs had a huge army. They had a big industrialized area there, and it would take like the full scale of like the German or like France army, or even like let's say like 50% of the U.S. army to stop these people, right? It's like a huge operation. So they weren't willing to go there. So who did they send? They sent Netherlands in, right? Tiny country. So we were sent in to protect the civilians, and then the Serbs came, and they pretty much the Americans guaranteed air support to us, and when we asked for air support, the Americans never showed up. So 8,000 civilians were murdered under the watch of the Dutch army. Right? We couldn't do anything because we didn't have heavy weapons, we had no tanks, nothing. So we had to just stand there and watch how they murdered all these people. And that put like a huge dent in the reputation of the Dutch army among our own population, right? Because I have people I know, I talk to, they have their like they can't hear anymore, like their ears are damaged, or they miss like they're missing like fingers part and stuff, like literally. So it was called Dutch Bad, and they were like was like the worst, one of the worst times I think in Dutch military history, because they had to watch a genocide. So and afterwards, that is why they were so determined to catch these leaders much later on. And it was again the Americans who protected Karadzic and Mladic, who caused this genocide. That's the weird thing, because there was a hunt. Like they did very strange things to do that. Like there was like a hunt for them. Like there was a prize put on their head, right? So like you get a few million, you catch this guy for the local population. And it was like the ads were put in newspapers. Like if you find this guy, you get like $1 million, right? Which is a lot.
Is that dead or alive?
Dead or alive, right? Catch this guy, you get $1 million. That was done by the Dutch, etc., by the NATO. Find this guy. But
How the fuck would you catch somebody alive? Like drug them? I mean, like get
no. No. So and what the Americans did, what they put in those ads was a number to call, but it was an American number. Wasn't even reachable by Bosnian phones. So they literally, that is the kind of weird stuff they did, the Americans, to protect these people. And they were, it is very well known that they were aware of his location for a very long time. There's actually a movie made about this called The Hunting Party. You can actually watch that one. And it actually shows how they attempt to catch him, because journalists actually searched for him. And eventually he was found, like with a long beard and everything, and he was like all disguised, right? But you also have to imagine that he was the leader, Karadzic, which was the big guy behind it. He was like the leader of the Serbs, and the Serbs hated the West and the Americans so much that he literally had an army surrounding him. They were so loyal to him, still at that point, and still now today, by the way. If you would go there, they're very much pro that time, because those were Serbian nationalists. Very
those like white nationalists, except for Serbia.
Yeah. Like this, like hardcore nationalists, and he had an army surrounding him. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that was a joke.
Yeah, well, we eventually caught him. We threw him in a jail cell in here in the Netherlands. But yeah, he knew that was going to happen anyway in the end, because it was too damaging on our own history. So they would do whatever they could to get this guy, and they did it. But yeah, this is like a huge genocide that happens there, and that is like in European soil, right? It's in the middle of Europe, and it is like that, not during World War II, not in like the 19th century or whatever. No, this is 20 years ago, or what is now 25 years ago, right? So like, I was alive back then when it happened as a kid. So that's the thing.
Oh, you know what we forgot to discuss? I just realized, you know, we didn't bring up that Miss Ghislaine denying that she that she ever gave any massage in her life. That is the quote.
Huh.
Totally fucking innocent, right? Yeah, okay.
Have we gotten a mugshot from her yet?
Yeah, there's been plenty of them. It's just ridiculous for them, for her and her lawyers to try to argue, to try to protect that specific information and say that would be embarrassing information. Oh yeah, that's embarrassing information. Let me tell you. No, that kind of reveals that you committed a crime, and that crime would be lying under oath. Saying you've never given a massage in your life? Yeah, okay. Well, then why are all these witnesses saying that you were the head massage person that would teach all the girls? I mean, come on.
Yeah. So on top of all the other crimes she committed, she's also lying under oath now. Nice.
Well, she was lying under oath before. I mean, like, multiple times she's lied under oath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That gives
Like, there's an email.
You know that she actually might be even worse than Epstein. I was thinking about that because she's like,
She might.
yeah, because she comes over like as this recruiter of these young girls, and she probably, this is just my theory, provides to other elite guys too.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
The butler said that Ghislaine was the head of the operations, but I don't think she was actually the head of the operations. I think there's people higher than Epstein and her, but I mean, was she the head of that operation? Yeah, probably. The butler who died of some weird disease, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, he said that Ghislaine was the head of the operations and she had taken all these photos and videos and had blackmail in a drawer and blah 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 blah, you know, and I highly doubt. Now, I don't know if this is because there's no court case or anything. Maybe it might fucking come out. I don't know. I highly doubt if there was a serious investigation, if the FBI would not find any type of blackmail material from Ghislaine. I mean, come on. Go to her fucking house. Look for it. Come on, it's there.
Or Mossad's already gotten to it.
Oh, regardless, I mean, it's fucking, it exists. It's there.
Yeah. Without doubt.
They know for a fact that the whole island was wired to the teeth, like wired everywhere, video cameras, audio recording, everything, all around the fucking island. So I mean, somebody has goddamn video and audio. I mean, there's no way. It's just the whole investigation of this is just pathetic, and it just shows how much control there is for investigating these types of people, powerful types of people. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's insane that they can say that this is a real investigation. Great, you have Ghislaine in a cell. All right. What about Bill Clinton? Like, he's fucking on the goddamn flight. Anybody else that is on a damn flight with a known child predator would be arrested. Not Bill Clinton.
Yeah. I mean, shit, there's all kinds of people involved in that circle and running in the same circles as Ghislaine and Epstein, and they don't get fucking shit for it. But no, if you say mean words on Facebook, you can get fucking arrested for pre-crime now. Brilliant.
Yeah, where's the pre-crime for Epstein? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Underage girls. That's pre-crime. Come on, it's obvious what's going on there. I mean, come on, use your brains if you're gonna use pre-crime, and it's in Florida. Come on, come on.
The super advanced version of pre-crime where the crime was actually already committed multiple times.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. And the thing is, like, this investigation of Epstein and Ghislaine and whatever. I mean, it hasn't gone anywhere. Like, if it has, they haven't publicized it. And like the who's that fucking French guy? I can't remember his name. Pierre, whatever the fuck his name is.
Intercept guy?
No. The guy involved with yeah, okay, you were gonna say Pierre Midyar. No, not that guy. The French guy who was involved with Epstein. I can't remember his name.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I just pulled that from nowhere. It's oh my god, what is the guy's name? He's a model. He's he called himself a model agency guy. I can't remember the fucking name. He owned E equals MC squared.
Jean-Luc Brunel?
That guy. Yeah, that guy. Where the fuck is he? How come he hasn't been arrested? I mean, come on.
That's fair. It's fair, and there's all these people being involved, and they're like, it ended with Epstein, and he's like the only one, right?
Oh, okay. I stand fucking corrected. He was arrested. Jean-Luc Brunel arrested in France on December 22nd, 2020, right before Christmas. Did not realize that. I had no idea. He was arrested right before Christmas in Paris. Oh, bravo. French police, you arrested a pedophile, even though you lowered your age limit to what, 12? And then up to 14 again? I mean, fuck, like, how is that, like, not seen as being a pedophile? Like, oh, well, we changed the law, so it's no longer pedophilia. It's only pedophilia if it's under 12. What the fuck? Ridiculous. I didn't realize you said you were going to be right back, Mark. I had no idea.
Oh yeah, no, I said it in chat. I'm already back. But you're...
Oh!
I was just rambling anyway. I mean, fuck. I mean, I could have just kept going. But yeah, it's just ridiculous with this whole investigation, quote unquote investigation. I mean, there's so many more people that are guilty here that have not been arrested and or questioned. I mean, what the fuck? Prove me wrong, FBI. Do something useful.
I mean, shit, I don't think they're gonna do shit, but I'm down to have them prove me wrong. I mean, because once you get into who was really in Epstein's circle, you realize all the fucking global oligarchs and leaders and Mossad and CIA and other intelligence assets that were involved in those circles.
Yeah, it's disgusting, the amount of people, like the high people who connected in. Like the royalty and stuff. Like, why?
Yeah, fucking Prince Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that royal family in the UK is really disturbing. Like, that Prince Andrew isn't even the only one. Like, you had that Prince Charles being involved with that other guy. What's his name? You know, the famous abuser, Jimmy Savile. Like, Jimmy Savile's best friend. Jimmy Savile there's like 260 children saying that he abused them. And he's like on these pictures with Prince Charles. And then you have Prince Andrew being all involved with Epstein. Yeah, like, what is that royal family? Is going just go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, and nobody fucking pays attention to it. It's like, oh yeah, that's a coincidence. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a coincidence. But people need to realize is that these people find abusing children and murder as entertainment. I'm not saying everyone, but the ones that are involved with Epstein certainly find abusing children as entertainment. But the other entertainment that they participate in is literally snuff films type stuff because, Paul Benassi, he discussed that realm where he said that he was forced to put a gun to a little boy's head and pull the trigger after raping him. And I know that's graphic, but had to be said, like he said this to John DeCamp and Ted Gunderson fucking years ago in the 1980s or 90s. I can't remember whenever that whole thing was going on. I think it was the 80s. Pretty sure it was the 80s. Anyway, Paul Benassi said that this goes on, and he said that that somebody was filming a snuff film, and that they got entertainment in this, and blah blah blah. They were laughing, and blah blah blah. And like there's the Dutch banker, I believe, also said the same thing.
Yeah, he came out with the story. There was a Dutch banker, and he said that he was visiting these meetings and stuff, and they were like all these occult Luciferian stuff going on, and he was so shocked by it that he like left everything. He was a legitimate guy, and it was not like the basic conspiracy dude who like tells you the weirdest stories. This guy was legitimately shocked. You could see it.
You can see it in the interview, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, he wasn't like the typical at all. He was like not like the typical David Icke style guy. He was just a normal banker who didn't know anything about it, and he was like freaked out.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think he was even like a billionaire banker. He was like a CEO of a bank or something at some point.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Pretty sure that's accurate, actually.
Yeah. I watched it a few years ago, but he was talking about that he was like dragged into all of that, and yeah, first it were like normal meetings, and then at some point he was invited to these more like private meetings, and there was all this occult stuff going on where they were like ritually sacrificing people and doing these Luciferian rituals and things, and like he said it seems these people are pure evil behind the scenes, and he like left the entire scene behind, and he had like a very successful banking career. Let me see what his name is. Oh yeah, I see it already. His name was Ronald Bernard.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, elite Dutch banker who exposed the financial industry in a series of TV interviews has been found dead in Florida, 2017.
Really?
Huh.
I did not know. I had no idea he was ever found dead. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was killed in 2017. Yeah, that's how it always goes.
Yeah, but I had no idea he was found. Like, I had no idea he died. I had no idea.
He specifically talked about the details of a satanic child-killing pedophile ring. Just saying. I know this sounds like Stolen Q stuff, but this was a legitimate like Dutch banker, and he was murdered in 2017. I know it sounds like Q stuff.
I remembered him speaking. Right. I didn't know he died though. I had no idea. But I mean, that just legitimizes his fucking story. It's like, oh, you're gonna kill the guy after he spoke out like this. All right, well, I mean, that's another one to check off the list of guy who talks about satanic pedophile ring dies. Yeah,
Yeah, his name
he's
is
not the
Ronald,
only one.
Ronald Bernard.
Several- Gary Caradori given information by not Bill Casey. Who the fuck is it? The other guy, the other CIA director. I can't remember his fucking name off the top of my head. The one that drowned, William Colby. He was given information by William Colby on all the people that were involved in the pedophile ring at the time, and he was killed with that briefcase of information, and then Colby was drowned in a lake later. A lot of people don't know that Colby's the one that gave. Well, I don't even think that's public information, to be honest. That was from Ted like years ago. But Colby was the one that gave the information to Caradori, Gary Caradori, and Gary Caradori had a plane accident, and his plane crashed, and the briefcase that was in the plane was never recovered. It just vanished, like it won.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you're talking about child trafficking and that whole pedophile ring stuff. So you have in America, you have Epstein. You had in Italy the connections to Berlusconi, and you had in Western Europe. Let's talk first about Russia, St. Petersburg. You have the St. Petersburg Mafia are very deep involved in child trafficking. You have in here in the Netherlands and in Belgium below us. You have the Dutroux case and the Michel Nihoul case. And in the UK you have Jimmy Savile and obviously the British royal family being involved. I know about Prague, that is Czech Republic. There is a big ring going on. In France it's really, really bad too. It seems to be all over the place, to be honest.
Well, France, come on, they just lowered their fucking age of consent.
Yeah.
It's like, come on in, pedophiles, come have some fun. Sorry, that just had to be done and said. But I mean, like, seriously, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's also even like geopolitically had these effects. Like, okay, so for example, when the Soviet Union was still existing, they had a very low age of consent, and there was a lot of child trafficking and child abuse there. When Soviet Union collapsed and they westernized themselves, so to speak, they raised the age of consent to 18, right? So they made it 18 plus. Now, at that exact same moment, all the child trafficking, etc., went to like Lithuania and Estland, and these countries very close to Russia, because Russia itself suddenly became protected and hunted these people down. Then moved like to Eastern Europe. Lithuania and these countries are now very much involved in that stuff. And like you say, France is one of these hards too, because yeah, they have the age of consent on 12, which is disgusting, of course.
Yeah, they bumped it up to 14 just recently, but still. Oh, woohoo! 2 years.
Yeah, no, like look, we had a judge in here too in the Netherlands, and there was this young girl, was 14, and she had sex with this guy who was over 40, and he was like, in court for it. Or her parents complained or whatever, so she went to court over it, and it was actually this Dutch judge, called Michiel Severijn was his name, and he actually said like, yeah, well, it's consensual. We're not going to like convict this guy. It's consensual, even though she's 14. So in individual court cases, they're doing the same shit here, to be honest. These are disgusting judges, though. I mean, I wrote an article about this guy, and my article was literally hacked off my blog. So this is 20 years ago. No, not 20 years ago. 9 years ago. Sorry, I was confused
that's a-
between 2001.
Right. Something that the state or the doesn't want out there, and especially if you connected dots and said, "Well, this guy he's actually a pedophile and he's a judge." I mean, then you'd definitely have it hacked off. I mean, you might get it hacked off and then have somebody show up to your house with a gun. I mean,
Fuck that, I remember their names. I mean, my memory is good. So, because you search for him, Michiel Severein, you find him. Severein. If someone wants to search for it. That's a judge who ruled over that case. So, well, we have more of these things. We have the head prosecutor. He put his used computer in the streets, right? He was going to get rid of it because he had bought a new computer. So his old computer he put it in the streets. A journalist found it and took the computer home. Thought it was kind of like retarded, right, for a guy like that to do that. So he took it home,
Right.
and he found it was filled with child pornography. So, yeah, that's the head prosecutor.
yeah. How did this get there? Oh,
The guy, his name is Joost Tonino. Can mention him too.
yeah. I was hacked. Yeah, I was hacked. That's it.
I was trialed for it. And what he said, they said like, yeah, he accidentally downloaded it when he was just browsing porn.
Oh, accidentally.
I can see these are the highest level in the justice system, right? These are the highest people. These are honestly,
Accidentally. How do you accidentally download child pornography? What the
yeah,
fuck?
I want to give you the relevance to this too, because we talk about, yeah, guys, it's always funny, right? I mean, when we talk about the Assange case, right? You have an extradition request for Assange, and it's possible he will be extradited, right? But where there is an extradition agreement between Netherlands and the USA, this guy, Joost Tonino, who is the head prosecutor, he is able to get you extradited from the USA to my country, if he wants to. And this guy has his computer filled with child porn. If he makes one request, he will extradite you to my country, and he will put you in a jail here. That's how
That's so fucking
Fuck you.
reassuring.
Yes.
no, but that's how high level these people are, right? And that's how dangerous it actually is, right? It is not, okay, I live in a country far away, in Europe, Western Europe, but there are extradition agreements, and unless there is something like a really, really good reason not to do it, they will automatically extradite you. Automatically. There isn't even a case about it. So, it is relevant to the rest of the world. Especially for a country like the Netherlands.
Can't extradite you for saying you're a fucking pedophile. Oh man, it's free speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might not be enough. That is the fine is too low for that in our country. I think that is 2,500 for libel, for $2,500 bucks. So.
Libel my asshole. I'll pull up the cited information.
Yeah, I know. But there's going to be a case first, right? So they're going to extradite you, and you have to prove it in the
Well,
case.
and then that's when he's gonna extradite you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay, they can extradite me for that, and then I'll be like, all right. Well, since you guys want to play this game, I got under my hat. I have all of your names that are pedophiles in the country.
Yeah. Yeah. See, but that's it. Then you have Joost
I
Tonino.
could actually get those names too.
Okay, so
There's certain people within in Anonymous that have all those names. Let's just
yeah,
say that much.
of course. I have so much data about these people. But look, so you have Joost Tonino, he's the head prosecutor, right? Then you have a judge, Michiel Severein, who is obviously a pedophile himself too. And then you have Joris Demmink, the Secretary General of the Justice Department.
I know who that guy is.
He's not just a prosecutor, he's the highest guy in the Justice Department. And this guy, he literally guards the files about the royal family and stuff too. He knows everything. And he is accused by at least 4 people of sexually molesting them. And he is actually, when he went to Turkey, he ordered 2 young boys, and he raped those 2 young boys. And the Turkish government is aware of this, and they try to blackmail the Dutch government into getting certain things done. Yeah, they're aware of this, and he denied it. He said he never even been to Turkey, and then the journalist found the flight records where his name is just on there.
I've never been to Turkey.
Yeah,
Fuck.
but he's abusive. But okay, so he made a very strong defense though, because he is openly homosexual and he has a preference for younger guys. Like, okay, he's an older guy. His boyfriend was like 18. He was open about that, right? And which is not illegal in the country. I mean, it's illegal. And he said this is an attack against gay people. That's what he said. That was his defense, and which was very smart for him to do.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate card, right, to play. So
Yeah, I mean, with like, even with 18, it's like a bit much, but it's not like he was dating like a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old, and he could be like, oh no, like, why do you hate people in the LGBTQ community? Like, what's up with that? But,
but
yeah.
I have something to add. His 18-year-old. This is even worse. Okay, so now here it comes. This 18-year-old boyfriend. Yeah, he was 18, but he played in a child sex movie, and I even know the name of it. And when he was underage, and that happened in the city of Prague in Czech Republic, where this guy Joris Demming was a frequent visitor in that actual bar where that video was filmed. And literally journalists visited that bar, and they didn't even mention his name, they showed a picture of him and everyone recognized him.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So this is insane. That actually this happens in our Justice Department, right? And when you talk about the British royalty being involved, you have Dutch Justice Department involved, and then we can talk about the Dutroux case, right? It becomes even more disturbing. I mean, AK, you know about that too. Dutroux.
Yeah, that's the real dark one. The even darker, the Epstein. At least from what the media has said about Epstein, which I know there's a torture element to it that never came out. In regards to the equipment that he had, I mean, he had straps on dentist chairs, and like, why would you need straps on a dentist chair at a rape island?
Yeah, so Dutroux was arrested. He had 2 young girls in his cellar, Anne and Avi, 2 girls. They were abused and everything, but there was not the core thing. The core thing was they knew they were going to be trafficked, and this was like kind of like a pimp. He recruited young girls, and then he sold them or rented them out to this organization, supposedly led by a guy named Michel Nihoul, a big cocaine mafia boss here in this area. He pretty much runs all the cocaine in Western Europe, and so this guy organizes sex parties, right? Parties where he invites the elites, the European American elites, invites them over, and he invites underage girls in, and then he videotapes them all, and he pictures them all, and he blackmails them later on with it. And when he was arrested by the Belgian police, he said, you're not going to lock me up because I have a video of a Belgian prince raping a 13-year-old girl. That's what he said to the police. And he walked free after like, 2 years or something in some low security prison waiting for his trial, while everyone knew he was responsible. And then the Dutroux case happened. There were 30 plus witnesses, and every single witness died. Everyone.
Well, one of the victims, I remember, didn't die, but there was a lot of victims that died too.
Yeah. Actually, the journalist who wrote a book about him, she literally has in that book, like, so he was finally locked up, and then I went on an airplane, and suddenly the guy was sitting in front of me on the airplane. Like, she's still traumatized over it.
I probably thought she was dead, like, fucking there.
Yeah, like literally, she wrote about him, and he was sitting like in the same airplane as her, and he could just see, she could just see him sitting there, and everyone knew he was guilty, and this got mainstream attention. Everyone knew about it. That's the thing. And it just shows the power of these networks and how big they really are. And Epstein is an example, but that's all deeply interconnected.
Yeah, it's all intertwined with Hollywood, as Rose McGowan said last week, or was it last week? Earlier this week, I think it was, right? Fuck, man, I'm losing track.
It was Saturday, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was right. It was last week because the week starts on Sunday. Anyway, as she said last week, I mean, it's all intertwined with Harvey Weinstein and NXIVM, and all of these cults are all connected together. And there's a guy who was recently called the Epstein of Italy. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't, but I do know about Berlusconi and the Bunga Bunga parties.
No, it's not him. It's another guy. He was accused of. It's funny you brought up Berlusconi, though, because he was accused of being the guy who supplied him with boys. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Damn. There's a guy in Italy. He was called the Epstein of Italy, and he used his position of power. I think he was also called the Pope, but he's not. He wasn't really a Pope, but he was called the Pope.
Okay.
Fuck. I'm trying to find him, but I can't.
Okay, well, in Italy it goes deep, right? You have the Vatican that's in the heart of Italy, and there's a lot of abuse going on in the Catholic Church, and that is very well known. But yeah, Berlusconi was a big media guy, but also the former president of Italy. He was involved in these Bunga Bunga parties, and that were pretty much like parties where there's like a lot of underage girls. Now, I'm not saying these were not kids, right? But these were all like girls around like 17 to 19, maybe, right? And yeah, they were not always 18, but this he was.
I can't find it, but I found that. What the fuck did I just find?
Yeah, so that it's disgusting what these elites do actually behind the scenes, and yeah, it's been going on far longer than people think. I mean, we talked about Alice in Wonderland too, right? Before.
Yeah, we've talked about it before, but I mean, we can bring it up now. Lewis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland, and how he was actually a pedophile, and that whole story is essentially a pedophile story.
Yeah, he had
Just
a
to ruin
crush.
your child.
He had a crush on one of the girls in his area called Alice, right? And her sister too. And he made like nude pictures of her. And she was like a kid. She was not even she wasn't even 10 years old, I think. And these pictures, they are considered art by the British Royal Museums. There is art of him in the British Royal Museums, which is pedophile art. And these museums are open for the public, and you can just see that pedophile art hanging there. This is pictures of Alice. That was the writer of Alice in Wonderland, later picked up by Disney, right? Which is another big story. I mean, Disney also has a lot of that stuff mixed in. And they are like part of that whole child star thing, where they make young stars famous, like Miley Cyrus and stuff, who then later on become completely sexualized and involved in this whole public drug abuse stuff, where all these young kids who followed like Miley Cyrus from when they were kids all start doing the same stuff. They look up to these people as celebrities. Yeah, it is some kind of like mind control thing. I don't know if you can even call it like that, but
Yeah, well, and you see all these like childhood Disney stars grow up and become like super fucked up, essentially.
yeah,
And it sucks to see.
Well, I mean, there's subliminals all throughout Disney, literally all throughout Disney. Like every fucking Disney TV show and every Disney movie like has subliminals in it, and whether it's sexual subliminals or just different types of trigger imagery or trigger words to kind of make you think a certain way or feel a certain way, as in mood changes. Like it's so fucked up. It's like the Disney movies are just a giant fucking CIA experiment, or more accurate Nazi experiment, because Walt Disney was involved with the Nazis and all of that, and he created a lot of Nazi propaganda. I think for the Nazis, he created a Nazi version of Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. No, he did a lot of different things with Goebbels. I think it was right, Joseph Goebbels, Mark.
So this is also something. Leni Riefenstahl was the head of a propaganda documentary maker for the Nazis. He made a lot of works that were used against like the Jews and stuff. Leni Riefenstahl went to America, and she was refused by all the video makers and all the filmmakers except for Walt Disney. And Walt Disney met with Leni Riefenstahl and had all these meetings with her. Not sure what was ever discussed at those meetings, but at least he got. He was attacked a lot for that. But there's also the head cartoonist of Disney from back then, and he said in his statements that Walt Disney and the lawyer of Disney were frequent visitors of the American Nazi Party meetings back then, and there was an organization created to overthrow the United States for the Nazis. And Walt Disney and his lawyer were frequent visitors there, and that's coming from the head cartoonist of Disney. So that goes next to the Leni Riefenstahl thing. Oh yeah, and there's another thing. Cinderella's castle and another castle from Disney are based on the Neuschwanstein castle. That's a German castle in Bavaria. It was built by a guy named Ludwig. But that castle was the headquarters of the German art, the Nazi art collection thing. They stole the art from all the countries they invaded. That they collected it in that castle, and they. There was the German art collectors. That's the Neuschwanstein castle. You can search about that, and it looked exactly like the Disney castle. It's like it's almost a photocopy. So that's 3 things, and then there's 4 things that Walt Disney also once wrote about, some kind of fascist utopia thing. I forgot the name of that, but I have to find it real quick.
Was it like a movie or a short film or?
Let me see if Epcot. It's called Epcot, Uncle Walt's Kingdom. Epcot was Disney's utopia, a perfectly fascist city, free from unions, privacy, democracy, and social security.
Oh, yeah, I've actually... So, there's like... I don't know if there's a cartoon for it, but I've been to like the real world Epcot in Florida, where basically it's like the whole premise of it is it's like this combination of like a futuristic society with like a bunch of like other little cultures and shit. Like there's a Japan section and a Germany section and all kinds of shit. Yeah, that's pretty much how the Epcot park works.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. It's Orlando, Florida, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Epcot thing. So there's so many connections between like Walt Disney and the Nazis. Yeah. Yeah. So we have that Epcot thing. We have the castle based on the German art thievery castle. You have him visiting the Nazi party, at least that's what this cartoonist says. And you have him meeting up with Leni Riefenstahl, the head propagandist, meaning that's the expert in media manipulation to make people Nazis or fascists. Not sure what they discussed, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of follow the money type of stuff regarding Walt Disney and the Nazi Party, and not only just Walt Disney. There's other companies that were involved with funding the Nazi Party. I mean, we discussed this before on the show. I mean, there was oil companies, there was banks, there was retail corporations. Pretty sure the big name soup brand Campbell's was funding the Nazi Party. There's all sorts of money ties that were there, and then after the U.S. went to war with Germany, is when that money flow stopped.
Yeah. At least the public, what we know about it, stopped. I'm not sure what happens behind the scenes. We've been on air for so long. Could be 5 hours already or something. It's forever.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, damn.
Oh, fuck. It's 4 a.m.? Oh, man.
4 hours 37. 4 hours 37 minutes we've been on air. Can't believe we're still talking about something.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay.
Woo!
No, honestly, I did not realize that we'd been on the air for 4 hours. I had no idea. Is anybody even still watching? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's you, 17 people on YouTube still watching.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit. Big ups, yo.
Disney is evil. Disney made their cartoon for use on mind control. Someone said Jean-Luc Brunel. Was he actually one or just fascinated with Alice? Yeah, he was actually a pedophile, that Lewis Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, he collected like a shit ton of pictures of young girls. I mean, he took them.
Yeah.
Well, he took them, then collected them. Yeah.
You're a pretty disgusting fellow. Yeah. But that's not even the biggest problem. The problem is that the royal family embraced it so much. Like, I think they even crowned him. I also think that he was actually of royal descendants. I remember what kind of family it was, but some kind of duke in England.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah.
They're all sick.
He's part of the Royal Treasury edition. Lewis Carroll's Alice Books 1. Royal Collection Trust. So I just want to know for sure that I am not spitting bullshit here. I know he's a royal. I believe he's already that old. Yeah, but it's just interesting that it's so embraced by these people. That they are not disgusted by it, but that they consider it art, and that it's completely normal for them.
Yeah, but, our normal and their normal are two different normals. It's just ridiculous, honestly.
Oh, okay. So he was apparently his great grandfather Charles Dutch son became the Bishop of Elphin in rural Ireland. Not sure if that was it though. Still super high up, but High Church Anglican.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I think I have it already. Descended from. Okay. Lewis Carroll was a descendant of King Edward III of England. That's what he said. Descent has long been well known to the Dutchian family, but has been independently discovered by others. And there's a whole list of how he descends from it. This is, by the way, just on Wikipedia. See.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Edward III, and then goes into the Duke of Lancaster, and it ends at Sir Charles Hoghton, and then into the Lutwidge family. And that is where Lewis Carroll was part of. Yeah.
I just remember reading that he was somehow connected to the royal family, or a royal family, I should say.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, apparently that King, what is it, King Edward III.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So when there's more disturbance, especially in those days, it was completely normal. By the way, it was for royalty, and also for priests and stuff to have like these young boys being like pretty much their slaves and things. It already goes back to Greece and to the Roman times where they had those two. And that goes on in like what I have it from like the Roman times, and then you have it into the Holy Roman Empire, and it moves into like the entire Europe, and it goes from there, where it's completely normalized in those royal families, so to speak. Which is super disturbing, but for them it's part of their culture, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, there's one more big disturbing story in my country, called the Roundhouse story. It's this huge. I'm not sure if you ever heard of it, AK. I mean, you do a lot of digging into that stuff. But
No, I haven't actually.
okay, well, the Roundhouse was some kind of like a villa, like a palace kind of house, in the middle of nowhere in my country, and there lived this royal guy. And the whole local population was scared of him. It's called the Roundhouse. You can find about this. Het Ronde Huis is the Dutch word for the Roundhouse. Local population was scared of it, but he had a lot of children, Asian children, working there on the fields and stuff. And okay, but this is really disturbing. Now comes the really disturbing part, and this is like nightmare material, right? Because they literally. Okay, so. I'm not even sure if I should say this. Okay, but this guy literally, they trafficked the children at a super young age to that roundhouse, and they literally broke the legs of these children, and systematically, and these were called Lotus children, and they broke the legs so these children literally couldn't run away. Right?
Wow.
That's what they did, Lotus children. Now. When these children died, they were buried there in that area, and later on, like loads and loads of concrete have been poured over that area. and these children should still be buried there. And this is the Roundhouse story. And this guy was a royal figure. He was not a prince or whatever, but he was like a baron, or in our country it's a hertog, I think. But he was so local population was so scared of him. This is in the town of Nunspeet. Local population was so scared of him. Even the Dutch royal family was kind of scared of him. They came over and visited, but it was like a freak, like a crazy guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to break the legs of children, I mean, you got to be fucking insane. What the fuck?
Yeah, and this is these were called lotus children. You have to remember that term if you ever go into research into that.
Yeah, it sounds to me like in order to get that information, I would have to search in Dutch.
Yeah.
And, I don't do searching in other languages. I did do Chinese for the whole thing that happened in China, with the virus situation, everything when it first was going on. I mean, I did search in Chinese, but I had help with that. So, I mean, searching for, like...
Oh, there's a good site in English, by the way. You have this researcher, Joël van der Rijden, Institute for the Study of Globalization and COVID Politics, ISGP. It has a lot of that on it. It's also connected to WikiSpooks.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's ISGP. If you search for ISGP, WikiSpooks, you'll find a lot of that, and it's called the Institute for the Study of Globalization and COVID Politics. It has a lot about the Dutroux case, Epstein, all these connections, and the researcher Joel, he is like a really good researcher. And by the way, this also has to do with Ted Gunderson, by the way, just saying.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of information from Ted Gunderson that's also being used there.
In the Roundhouse?
No, in Joel's research.
Oh yeah, I know. Ted was like the authority when it came to this stuff. Like he dedicated his whole entire life to trying to expose these cults and child trafficking. I mean, yeah, he was an expert at it. Like he was involved in the whole investigation of the Franklin, Nebraska scandal, and he was involved in the McDonnell Douglas case, which is like fucking horrifying case, like crazy case of Satanism in the military, and yeah. Crazy case, and the Dr. McDonnell Douglas, he was the one that was accused of stabbing somebody, but he said it wasn't him and he was innocent, and it was actually somebody else. So yeah, that's the real interesting case that deals with Helena Stockley and all of those people. Very, very old video, obviously, because it's Ted. I mean, that's like going back to the 80s and 90s, but yeah, he was ahead of his time and was very thorough with his research.
Hey Glory, I can't believe you are able to stay on with us this long.
I mean, shit. I'm a 20-year-old college student. This is like nothing.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I'm getting fucking tired, so I mean,
Yeah,
and I'm trying to work at the same time, and this is just
Josh just messaged saying great show, so I'm glad at least someone likes it.
Oh yeah, he messaged me too.
He's
Shout out,
offline.
Josh.
It says he's offline in Discord, so I mean,
He's there just probably like doing work like coding and stuff. Yeah, but
Yeah, he's probably listening in. So shout out, Sleepy.
Wow, this is just so much, and this is so disturbing. I'm surprised you can even listen to this, Glory. Like that whole trafficking and all those things. That, yeah, to me it's disturbing when I even started
I
researching.
mean, it's disturbing. Yeah, it's disturbing when you first learn about it. Definitely. And then as well, I mean, I don't know. There's like a degree of just cynicism I've developed from like being on the ground and shit.
It's more or less being desensitized to it, and you can just talk about it and just be emotionless about it. I mean, like, yeah, it's bad.
It is.
Yeah, but it's
That's
also
why you need like breaks from this shit.
yeah, but it's also like we get super disturbed by this by talking about this. But the weird thing is, when we read about a million people killed in Iraq during a war, that doesn't hit like this. Like, we discuss about these specifics, like these specific royals and stuff doing these kind of things, and there's like this is like thousands of children, of course, being abused and stuff. But then when we read about a million people in Iraq dying, why doesn't it hit us that hard?
I mean, I feel like both hit me pretty hard, personally at least. I don't know. Maybe it's just 'cause like with one it's like you know more so the full extent of the effects on each individual person, or maybe because you know what, I don't want to say because it's explicitly children involved, because so many children in the Middle East suffer because of those policies. So
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, because it's children, so it hits you home, it hits you hard. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was children being harmed, it should have the same side effects. But I mean, yeah.
Hey, is there anything else we should mention still? I mean, did you cover everything?
and I think we covered everything we put in the chat earlier.
Okay. Okay, maybe we should mention the Assange protests on the 17th, I guess. I hope to see it all over the world. You guys are going to DC. Are you going to DC, Glory?
Yep, I'll be in DC with Action for Assange. We'll be doing some big Clovers for Assange events on the 17th, and they're going to be attention grabbing and theatric and that, and on some absurd shit. So we're gonna raise hell on the 17th.
Very good. It's necessary now. I hope other people, if you're listening, start events also in your location. All over the world, being actually.
Yeah, totally.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just start events in your location. Try to find other people to do it with you. And yeah, if you can't make it to DC, then try something in your own community. If you can't do something on the ground, then there's plenty of other ways to raise hell online as well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and at the same day we should push these hashtags hard, of course, make them trending and put all the attention on it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, well, the Twitter storms every Friday have been getting a lot of traffic. I'm glad for that.
Yeah, much better than expected. Some weeks we do actually hit trending. We do need to plan it a little better and make it even a little larger still. Sometimes it goes really well, and we push trending in several countries. So. really good. So we are all Assange hashtag. Yeah. Okay, should we end the show or?
I would say it's about that time.
People say messed up about that whole stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, something just messed up, or is it my computer? Okay, no, it's just my computer. My stream started buffering like crazy as soon as we started talking about Assange. That's funny.
That's also weird. We're allowed to talk about all these royals doing like child abuse and everything, and then
Nah, they're just filing that away to get the QAnon context warning.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna say QAnon context warning. Because the royals are not pedophiles, despite the fact that Jimmy Savile, I mean that guy. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you're still listening, thanks for staying with us for so long again. I think we did 5 hours, so I think we're all tired now. It's 10:39 in the morning here. Like, stayed up all night again, so whatever. Please share it around, and we'll be back later, I guess. We depend on you guys sharing it around. Like, we're dealing with these shadow bans, and yeah, especially on other social media too, not just like on Twitter, but push it on other platforms. That actually helps. Is that it, guys? AK, do you want to say like the thing?
The thing? Oh, anonymous PSA. Remember to spay and neuter all your politicians and lobbyists. Yeah, I think I forgot something.
Do that.
Yeah, make sure to.
Thanks for staying with us so long, Glory. Really appreciate it.
Of course, no problem. Thanks for having me.